You are now listening to the Someone's Favorite Productions podcast network.
Hello, and welcome to another Thursday here with chat stalwart, Mr. Daniel Cibener. How are we doing?
I'm doing good, man. How you doing?
It's been a hell of a week. We're going to talk about a lot of that stuff. I spent most of my week in California going through a lot of hell. But let's talk about you.
House.
I did. Yeah, we'll get into that in just a minute.
Okay.
What's been up with you? What's new in Cibener's life?
Oh, when did I stream last with you?
Oh gosh, last time
was January, I think.
Yeah, January 16th.
Wow. Okay, so almost exactly 5 months ago, and minus 1 day.
4 months.
Four. Anyway, I don't know fucking math. Okay. Yeah, man, just been busy and everything like that. I started my eBay channel, eBay store, which I had been procrastinating out for a very long time. Working, writing. I've got I paused my newest novel to write a short story,
right?
So, which has then got put on pause because I've been getting a lot of thank you, Ronnie. Even though Ronnie was like, I don't know who the Cibener person is. I see your comments. My sister got me that's actually for Christmas. So yeah, been busy with that, and as we talked about earlier, getting jacked for June. I've got just over 2 weeks left to be jacked for June. Might actually go running in the park with my shirt off for the first time in my entire life. Which good luck everyone else, because I may be in shape, but I'm also still the shade of Miracle Whip. So people can get blinded looking at my skin tone under this shirt. This is tan compared to what is under here.
I got sunburned on Saturday, so I totally feel that.
I see a little bit of this. Yeah. Yeah, oh yeah. There's no
my ear was peeling, and I did have sunscreen on. I don't know.
It just sweat. You got to get the sweat resistant one, otherwise.
When you are the shade of toilet paper, it is rather difficult to protect yourself.
My friend, you are Puerto Rican compared to me.
At the moment, just because I have proper lighting, but no,
I am. You can see it. I am translucent. I'm that thing that they hold up in the classroom in high school to be like, and this is how the human circulation works. Like when they need to draw blood, it's like they're so happy. They're like, ooh. Stan, you need to co-host at some point so we can hear this story of you getting arrested.
I would love to hear the story of Stan getting arrested just because his shirt came off.
I want to know which of the times it is, because it's not just one.
Yes. Yeah. You want to go straight into pickups, and then we can do stories and stuff after that?
Sure. I got a big stack of thick boys this time.
Share them.
First off, I got your favorite movie of all time.
Amazing.
It went down to $20 on Amazon, and I'm amazed that only by the good grace of 50 fucking versions of this movie is the lenticular still available.
Right.
Any other time, I'd be out of luck. But I got that. I got this. Unfortunately, I missed the pre-order because I thought it was going to be a little bit longer to wait for it. And I ended up paying my 10% tariff on Orbit. So I got that one. And I've been very busy. So those are open. These ones are not open. I'm not a poser. I swear. I'm just busy. I haven't had a chance to watch anything. Got my copy of The Beyond. My limited edition of The Beyond. I also got this. I don't know if you've ever heard of it.
I have, because it's on the top of my pickup list.
Oh,
look at this gorgeous release for somebody that's not even in the chat tonight, Craig Rogers. Damn it. Beautiful release of Inflatable Sex Doll of the Wastelands.
I gotta give Craig a little bit of pushback. That he did not hyphenate the name of the channel on your credits.
Well, but the credit is changing soon anyway, so I'll give him a pass.
It's the disc blank connected. It's not connected, Ryan. He's literally not connected now. So it's false advertising. I got myself House of the Devil.
Good stuff.
Almost up to date on my Ty West. And then, of course, this beautiful thing right here. I kind of wish I could have gotten the film cells, but I also don't need like 10-foot large lobby cards. Yeah,
especially when you're in a New York apartment. Yeah,
exactly. Well, the thing is, I'm glad we got the hard box now, but then it's like the trailer. It's like, but we got a film cell,
and it's a blue case. So,
and what is it? A blue? Oh yeah. That I do. At first, I was like, did I order the wrong thing? I was like, no, blue case. That's weird because it's a pretty dark box. You would think there'd be a black case. So that says they're new. It's fine. But I also was like, I bet you if I get the film cell, it's going to be like someone's elbow. And I'm just going to be like, it's like the Interstellar thing where people looked at those like film cells and I'm like, what am I even looking at?
Right.
Like mine.
It'll be the frame right after the title, so it'll just be blank.
Exactly. My Interstellar little frame is like the was not the Tesseract. That's Marvel. What's the tortoise? What's the name of the damn thing, Ryan? Don't like it. You know the robot.
I don't even. Isn't it TARS?
TARS. Yeah. TARDIS or TARS or TARDIS is Doctor Who. Anyway.
Yeah.
So yeah, TARS. So yeah, it's just like a straight ahead of like TARS's crotch. It's like you can't tell what it is. Anyway, where was I? TARS's crotch. Yeah.
Yes, TARS's crotch, please.
Yes. So those are most of my pickups. I mean, I go through deep discount. I know you hate them, but and a Hamilton book. But you get things for cheap, and
Yeah, I get it.
Like that. But again, nothing I'm gonna like. I found the perfect storm at a thrift store yesterday. I'm not gonna. What did you get?
I got.
What? Oh! Sorry. One letter. I got this.
Words right out of my mouth. My stock just came today.
Yeah.
Patrons and subscribers will be getting these mailed out to them tomorrow.
I like it.
This is a big deal because in the bottom corner, shouted out first, it says in this issue, Cardboard Wars, which was written by the one and only Mr. Cibener here. The featured article in this one.
Oh man, I love that. I don't even know where it comes from, but that cardboard, the cardboard robots, I love that.
Hey, we got a question from Ronnie. Ronnie wants to buy some of your stuff, Cibener.
Find your eBay. Oh, I'll tell you the name right now. I'm thinking of changing it. It is basically because it's also the name of my buying name, so it's just. I set this thing up like back in 2019. It's Dan Cib 63. It will be changed at some point. But if you favored it, I'm sure it'll just evolve around you. Because I was thinking of using the name like one collector to another. So basically, I'm trying to really focus on the fact that, we've all ordered on eBay and Amazon and other places, and it comes like smashed or whatever it is. So I'm really, or like someone says it's like new, and the corners of the slipcover are dinged up and stuff like that. So I pride myself on taking very like macro shots at the corners and everything, and literally highlighting every single possible detail, and sending in a hard box with bubble wrap and all that stuff, and really, treating it like a collector. I'm not just like some dude at a warehouse. It's just like looks like new. I don't care.
Right.
Who collects discs anyway?
That's my
business. I don't give a fuck. Whatever.
Perfect impression of the people that you're talking about in your article, actually. So everybody go check this out. The newest issue of the Physical Media Advocate featuring one Mr. Daniel Cibener and all kinds of other stuff. Great.
Yeah, great. I love it. I haven't got a chance to read the whole thing, but it's a great issue.
Pieces on Stanley Kubrick, Mulholland Drive, Louis Gossett Jr., a wonderful piece on the stuntman from one of the patrons, Vance. For some reason, this is weird to say about the magazine that you put out. this month feels like extra, I don't know, professional. It feels like a real magazine.
You put it out. I know what it is about it, but I think I'm really good.
No, not me. It's mostly Stan. Speaking of, he says, how about that cover? This is done by one of Stan's friends, Mr. Ron Winnick.
It's giving me grunge 90s vibes, and I love it. Like skater vibes.
It is so incredible in person.
Very Ren and Stimpy.
Yeah.
Like eyes bugging out stuff.
I got to check and make sure this is going to work. Okay, that is going to work. So other pickups, you and I talked about recently through text about Fun City and their wonderful Welcome to Fun City release, but we finally got their two newest ones in, Falling in Love with De Niro and little-known actress Meryl Streep. She probably have a good promising career coming up. And then Baby It's You, the one I'm most excited about. Gorgeous art on this one.
I do like that shirt. That last one, the last cover is not good.
I get what they're going for, and I appreciate the style. I feel like that would have worked better simply as the inner art and not as a slipcover, maybe.
For me, Fun City is like hit or miss. It's like sometimes it's like, ooh, I really, really want to get that. Yeah. And other times I'm like, you went right over my head. It's a little cinematograph, or cinematograph is a little Fun City.
Yeah, I could see that. And then finally, this is like the classiest pickup of the last couple of weeks for me that seems to be selling out everywhere pretty much the moment that it comes out. That is the Bikini Car Wash Company, number 1 and 2.
Have you popped it in yet?
No, literally just got it today.
I need to know how shitty it looks.
I hope it's decent.
Oh, I hope it's decent. I just don't.
I'm assuming it's probably not going to be incredible.
Yes, Dan, a new edition of Freaked is coming out. I don't know who's doing it. Is it
Umbrella is going to be doing a 4K out of Australia, yes, and there will likely be a US release as well, and maybe even UK. We shall find out. So a couple stories about the week before we get into recent watches. This last weekend, I took my whole family to California. My kids had never been on a plane, so we flew out last Friday for the first time ever. We planned on seeing Stan Friday night, and then Saturday was going to be like a nostalgia trip for my kids. Every morning during breakfast, they tell us, me and my wife, to tell them stories from our childhood. They love that for some reason. And so we tell them just random things that we remember. And so we're like, hey, we're going to go show you where we lived when we were kids and where we met and all this stuff. And it was Barstow, California, which for those that have been in California know it's the worst piece of trash ever known to man.
You got there, no, good.
It was so much worse than I could have prepared for. We'll talk about that in a moment. So Saturday was going to be a nostalgia trip. Sunday was going to be a beach trip and see Craig in the afternoon, Craig from Deaf Crocodile. Monday was going to be a Disneyland trip. Tuesday was going to be flying home. So we're going to get to Friday night in just a moment. But Saturday, the Barstow trip.
I forgot the story. I almost forgot, and then it's like, oh shit, that happened this week. Okay.
The Barstow trip, everything has gone so much worse than when we lived there. We've only found like boarded up buildings and houses, showing places where we grew up, and my kids like, oh, you lived in that house type of talking. It was pretty great. It was rather funny, and now my kids know some things that they can reference when we're telling them stories. Sunday, went to the beach for a couple hours in the morning. My wife is the only one that didn't put on sunscreen, but all 4 of us got burned somehow. And we even put it on more than once, so I don't get it.
You go in the water?
A little bit, but not after the second application. So
you gotta get the waterproof.
Saw Craig Sunday night. We did a place called The Hat. They had incredible pastrami. Thanks, Craig. Monday was Disneyland. Both, I've talked about this before. Both of my kids have autism, and my oldest also has pretty extreme ADHD, and so we were super worried about waiting in lines all day. And we were able to use the Disney disability services, so it wasn't like cut to the front of the line, but it was like hold your place in line, and then when it's close, you go up to that point. And it helped incredibly. We pretty much got to go on everything that you could think of that's a big ride from Disneyland, except for the Matterhorn and It's a Small World. Those were both closed, and we didn't do anything in Toontown. My kids are 8 and 10, and they were like less excited about that sort of thing. But we went on everything else. I'm not a Star Wars person, but I got to say the new Rise of the Resistance ride at Disneyland, the most amazing ride I've ever seen at a theme park. It's not like a thrilling roller coaster, but it was astonishing to see like actual actors on the ride. It's this incredibly immersive piece where it's like a cross between Star Tours and then an actual kart ride, and it was just insanity. I was blown away with the production value, and it's huge, absolutely monstrous. Really shocking. What's that?
Did you do the Marvel stuff? You did any of the Marvel?
That's all over in California Adventure.
Oh, okay.
Different park.
I haven't been to either of the places, so I don't.
Yeah, it was a blast for sure. I mean, we did all the big ones: Jungle Cruise, we did the Haunted Mansion, we did Space Mountain, the Splash Mountain, which is now known as Tiana's Bayou Adventure, and pretty much everything else. My kids loved all of it. They especially loved Indiana Jones, Pirates of the Caribbean, and Rise of the Resistance. They were quite happy with all of those. But that's Disney. The big thing, though, Friday night. So this is going to be a little bit of a long, angsty story, and we're going to have some commentary from Dan through some of this because it's kind of going to be a hilarious commercial for something else. Friday night. It's a commercial for me, not from you. Friday night, we go to Stan's apartment. We hang out with Stan at his place for a little bit, and we leave. And we had picked up, we got a decent deal through Costco for a mid-size SUV that they called like SUV Elite or whatever. And it was this Mercedes thing that was, Mercedes Equinox or something like that. I don't know what the model was, whatever. We go to get in the car at the car rental place first, and I don't fit in the car. I don't see how to put the seat back. I'm so tall that we had to find the controls for it, and it's got the little button on the side that you would think to put the seat back. Laura, who's in the chat now, my wife, she points out that she thinks it was on the door, and turns out, yes, the controls are on the door, which is super weird. So I finally get in, we get all the luggage in the back and load it up, and we go to Stan's place after we go to In-N-Out for the first time, and I hang out with Stan for a little while. We leave, and Laura says, "Hey, we should get the kids electronics out of the back and give those to them because it's going to be like an hour and a half long trip to my aunt and uncles who we were going to be staying with." And so we pull over, get those out of the back, and hand it to them, and get going. And I take the first turn, and as I'm turning, I see the hatch that my wife went to the back to grab some stuff out of. Our trunk hatch is open in my rearview mirror. Like, oh, what the hell? So I get out and say, oh, it didn't close when you were back there. Closed it. We get on the highway. We go about 1.5 miles down the road. Suddenly, I get an AirTag notification on my phone that says, laptop bag no longer with you. So I pull over on the freeway after driving 1 mile and look in the trunk, and my laptop bag is gone. It turns out when she went to get the electronics and pushed the button to close the hatch, it did not shut all the way. And my entire laptop bag was gone. And so I call Stan. He couldn't figure out where I was talking about, where this may have happened. So I go to the next exit, which is like another 2 miles down the freeway, do a full U-turn after waiting for the light and all that. So I get back like 8 minutes later, can't find anything. And I realized, well, duh, it's an AirTag. You can go find the location by looking it up. And I was freaking out at this point and go to find where the AirTag was. And it's dark, pitch black, can't see anything. And
this was at night? Oh, I thought it was during the day.
It had just hit, like it was just after dusk. If it was 10 minutes earlier, we would have been able to see everything. It would have been easier. Pull up to the corner where we took that turn and we saw the door start to open. And there's this black pile in the street. And I pull over and get out and I grab what I can and go to the grass and I drop it all and literally lay in the grass and start crying immediately. We'll talk about why in just a second. But I'm like totally lost. And then I realize I'm still like hearing things in the road. I stand up and from there, I see Laura's laptop actively being ran over by cars on a very busy road in the middle of the street. Other like electronics, other random bits from this thing. We'll talk about the laptop bag in just a second. It is so crazy because I'm standing there watching literally about 30 plus cars run over my wife's laptop. And so I go to grab it out of there and I pull everything to the grass and it is crazy. We get to my aunt's house later. We'll talk about what was in there. This is my wife's laptop now. And pulling it out of the wreckage, this is my laptop now. Completely folded in half. obliterated. And in this bag, not only was it, these computers, it was all of our chargers, the tablet chargers for my 2 kids, my wife's Nintendo Switch charger. My wallet was in there. I've got a little magnetic wallet for my phone that I keep my ID and like my health insurance in, but everything else was in this wallet. My keys with like 10
irony that your insurance got run over.
Everything, my keys, all of our electronics, everything was in there. The bag is demolished. It was like inverted, like almost inside out. It was absolute insanity to like pick up this husk of ridiculousness. And at the moment when I was doing this, I had 3 active visual essays that I was working on for other people. And because they were not approved yet, they were not backed up anywhere in their current state. So it was all gone, absolutely demolished. And when we go on that night to figure out what we have lost, my wife realizes we are also missing a blue backpack that has her CPAP machine in it. CPAP machines, for those that don't know, cost about $1,000.
I did not know this.
Yes. So that was missing. We're like, hey, that probably also fell out of the back. So it is now like 10 o'clock at night.
How packed was this trunk that everything's just flying out?
It was not packed at all. It was literally just this very slow turn that I took.
But I mean, like, how did it? Like, I mean, I've seen trunks before. So
what is the problem is the Mercedes push button trunk malfunctioned and did not shut all the way when pushing the button.
So like I'm trying to see like how physics wise, like you're driving and it just leapt out of the. Like I'm thinking if it was like on an angle, like you had the kid stuff and it was all stuffed in there, and as you're going, it just like.
Nothing was stuffed. That's the crazy part. I don't understand it. It was just a regular truck.
80 miles an hour is.
Like 12. I'm a pretty safe driver. I don't know.
So it was basically just God going, that visual essay sucked.
All 3 of them gone.
I'm stepping in like divine intervention.
So that night at like 11 p.m., I'm with the last like 12% of my iPhone battery because I now do not have a charger. Make an appointment for the Apple store that is 20 minutes away for the next evening. And turns out their first appointment is 6:45 p.m. the following day. So I make the appointment. We go to Barstow. We do all this stuff. We come back, and we are there for, we'll say 3 hours. I was at the Apple store. We'll cover that in just a minute. But one of the things I want to show is while we're there, this is one of the funniest things I think I've ever seen in an Apple store. Them attempting to get into everything on this computer, and it is folded in half on their super nice table that they use at the Apple store. Hilarious. As it turns out, my computer had an active hard drive and could turn on. We were able to access the data, however, or not able to access the data. We were able to see that it could turn on. Because I secure it, there was no way to log into the computer. The Touch ID was broken. All the keys are demolished, so there's no way to type in a password. They happened to notice that I was wearing an Apple Watch. And they said, hey, do you happen to have the feature turned on where if you're close enough to your computer, the Apple Watch can unlock it? And I said, you know what? I do. But my Apple Watch has been dead because I don't have a charger for the last 24 hours. And so we put it on an Apple Watch charger for about 4 minutes. I put it back on, unlock the Apple Watch, and we go to open the computer. And we see it on the external display unlock immediately. Every single file on the computer was still intact, and we saved everything and cloned it onto a brand new laptop. I am going to be a walking Apple commercial for the rest of my life. The fact that I wore an Apple Watch and had an AirTag is the only reason that every single thing that I put hours and hours and weeks of work into is all saved and on this computer right now. All of those visual essays have been submitted since then. It is amazing that we were able to get this done. It turns out, after watching my wife's computer get ran over by at least 35 cars, we were able to save that entire computer as well. Somehow, both of these computers were astonishingly in great condition on the inside, and it was essentially just the casings that were demolished.
I was going to say, Dallas, he was probably at some point when he texted me, he was ready for the logs to come flying out. Final destination. He's like, just take me now. Just take me now.
I was in such a state at the Apple store. And everybody knows that the Apple Store, like the employees have this, I don't know, like reputation of being kind of like cold and tech nerdy. I had one of them walk up to me and they go, "I've been watching you for like an hour. Just are you okay?" And I was like, no, I'm not even a little bit, because we didn't know if anything was going to be rescued yet. Like, this cost us a ton of money. We lost a lot of money on this, and we're trying to get something from the rental car company because it's a malfunction on their trunk's part.
That is true.
But it is so crazy that we were able to get everything back. I will be talking the praise on Apple for a long time, and I know it's weird, and a lot of people think that Apple fans are a cult and all that stuff. But in all reality, to have a computer that, on one night you are literally seeing it folded in half like this, and the fact that you are on that computer accessing every single file the next day is wild. Astonishing.
At the end of every visual essay is now just like it's like a slideshow of your broken computer with the Sarah McLachlan song. It's like, in the arms of the angel.
On the 3 that I turned in, I should put a little disclaimer at the end: rescued from the LA asphalt.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, that is the end of the Apple story. It was a wild weekend. I was in a massive depression for
not made in LA.
Yeah. I called Stan the moment I was back in the car, and Stan was so happy because Stan felt bad because it was right after his house. It cost a ton of money, but everything is here.
Meanwhile, before he actually told me the story, of course, I'm like texting about random stuff. I'm just like, why'd they change the release date for this movie or whatever? It's just, I have something of that nature. Some of that very like, man, I can't enter my credit card number to shout. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Like, fuck you.
It was so wild. And again, on a family vacation where we're going to Disney, no phone chargers, no Apple Watch charger, no tablet chargers for the kids, none of that.
That wasn't in the backseat with the kids is crazy that you're like, they're not going to need chargers to plug into like the cigarette lighter or something like that.
They weren't, because they weren't on there before then. It was going to be about an hour drive. It should have been totally fine.
I mean, they're your kids, but I'm just saying, why would you risk that? Just
Haunted Sideshow says, too bad it wasn't an Apple CPAP. Give them a few years. They'll catch up. Oh, man. So, yeah, that was my weekend. I will say the visual essays that were turned in for this are kind of incredible. And when they do get announced, I will mention those that were involved. One of the things on top of the visual essays that was not saved, and I had to rescue the following day, so it was a day late, is an interview with my friend Travis Foley. I was about halfway through editing that interview. That went up this week. We'll talk about that a little bit when we talk about Odyssey movies as one of the announcements. But let's talk about some recent watches. Dan, what have you been watching?
Well, as I look up what I've been watching, it just completely leaves my head at this point. Friendship is just one of the funniest movies I've seen in a long, long time. I don't know how wide it's playing right now, but it is, within the first 30 seconds, it sets the tone. And from that point on, and I mean literally 30 seconds, I don't mean it like exaggerate, that's not hyperbole. Like 30 seconds in, it's like, the whole audience was laughing hysterically. 30 seconds in, and then for the next hour and a half, whatever it was, there's no downtime. There's no like, oh, they could have cut that. It's just, you're laughing every single scene. It's so good. If you like dark comedy, if you like cringy, dark humor, you will love this movie. It is Tim Robinson and Paul.
Is it quite Tim Robinson?
I was not familiar with Tim Robinson. But when I saw him, I was like, only he can do this because he's so this person. Like, this is like, no one else can deliver this type of like awkwardness. And then
you've
Paul
never
Rudd is doing the Paul
Rudd at all? You've never seen I Think You Should Leave on?
No. I have not. So don't look at me like that,
sir.
Did you not see my fucking pile of cinema
that I have watched those
on? It's like, I'm one man. I am one man. One man. To everyone's chagrin, I am just one man. Saw Thunderbolts. Not going to say you need to watch it. I think you should leave. Okay, thank you, Ronnie. I will. I'll check it out. I didn't say I wouldn't check it out. I won't say much about. I'll just call Thunderbolts, and I'm not going to say much else about that. But I enjoyed it. Was really impressed by the set because I really thought they shot it in New York. I was like, I've been on that street. I know exactly what that was.
Surprisingly well done.
I walk by all the time, and then I saw on Florence Pugh's Instagram like a photo of them shooting. I'm just like, they built that.
Yep.
That is incredible. I saw the shrouds, which was laughably bad. I know everyone's like on Reddit's like, I actually really love it. It's got subversive and blah, blah, blah.
It is so polarizing. Everybody's saying like it's the best of his work or it's the worst. It's crazy.
Is it a comedy? If it's a comedy, kudos, and I get it then. Because it's like a room level acting. Because Vincent Cassel, English is not his native language. I've never seen a movie, maybe Derailed, but he doesn't have as many lines. He's not the star of the movie. Like, he's the star of this movie, and he's clearly phonetically figuring out these lines that they are so stilted that it feels like I'm watching The Room. It felt like I was watching The Room. I was laughing hysterically. I'm like, I can't help it. It's just bad. This is so weird and bad. And then I'm like, Cronenberg is French Canadian. Like,
right.
Like, why not just have Cassel speak French and put subtitles in? But it's just bizarre, and it's just not. If you love it, great. I'm not. Who am I to tell someone to not? Again, I love Cronenberg as well. It's like I was really looking forward to this from what I had heard about it, and the plot is like Cronenberg-y. You know, I enjoyed it for the most part. Cronenbergian. There you go, Cronenbergian. Yeah. But it's just not his you know, his really like red hot period where it's
right.
And again, I'm going to take that opportunity to say the Fly 4K. What the fuck? Where is it at? Saw Warfare, which was good, but it just felt like someone just took a 25-minute chunk of Black Hawk Down and decided to make it into a movie. And I get that it's like really kind of like doing it in real time, but the way it was shot didn't feel like something I hadn't seen before. I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, this is good, but it's not. It didn't feel innovative. There was nothing to be like,
right.
You know, really like if you remember, did you ever see what's the Sam Mendes Gulf War movie again? Jarhead.
Yes.
Yeah. There's moments in Jarhead where they're like in like these gas masks in the Middle East, and it's just like they're, and you feel like the sweat, like you feel how claustrophobic it is to be in this mask.
Right.
Like I was like, oh, that's a cool way of like showing it, but there was nothing about this where I was like, oh, what an interesting way to do this. It was good, but again, it's and then of course Sinners, and I've had to get into like people who have like these like, you know, hot takes like, I thought it was a little cheesy at times, and I'm just like, I'm not going to argue with you. I've gone down this road before. I was there with Titanic. I was there with every big movie that comes out. Someone's going, you know what the problem is? No. You're allowed your opinion.
Yeah.
There's always that, like, everyone loves it. I don't get why everyone loves it. I walked out of that movie a different person.
Yeah.
Like, really, really, like, the last time I can think about that happening to me is Whiplash. Where I was, like, doing this. I was actually drumming in the air with the movie, and when it was over, when it really reached that peak.
The crescendo, yeah.
That crescendo, and it hit the, like, it cut right to the credits. I went, I did this! Because I was just so pumped. And it was like, yes. I walked out of there with that song playing in Sinners. I went, I'm seeing the world a different way. And that's all. I mean, again, it's not my favorite movie, but it just, everything is so intentional in the movie. Everything is so like, Ryan Coogler's like, this is what I want to do. And I felt that.
I today had a doctor's appointment, and of course,
I hated Sinners.
the doctor at one point says, "So, any exciting plans for the night?" And I'm too earnest, and so I couldn't just be like, "No." I'm like, "Well, I got a live show tonight," and so we start talking about that a little bit, and then she goes, "Well, I'm a movie person too." And then followed that up with, "Did you see Thunderbolts?" And I was like, "Yeah," and I was like, "But I mean, really, I can't stop thinking about Sinners." She goes, "Oh, I've heard that's good." I'm like, come on.
Right, this was bad than a bad prognosis.
Yeah. I get it. I don't know.
You seen in IMAX?
I did. Laura laughed quite hard because it was not a point of negotiation. I said, "We're seeing it on Friday night in IMAX. You don't have a choice."
How big is your IMAX screen?
It's the one that we go to is pretty decent because it's it's AMC headquarters. It's the corporate.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's tall because mine's like the Lincoln Square one is like feels like 3 or 4 stories.
Yeah, it's a pretty decent one. Yeah.
Because when it does that screen, that change in the moment.
Dude, when it happened, I literally inhaled and did not breathe for like 8 seconds afterward. I was like, everybody always talks about The Dark Knight and Christopher Nolan's use in The Dark Knight, right? No, bullshit.
You mean this?
Watching it in this film was genuinely like cinematically life-changing. This is why different formats are useful.
Yeah. Sometimes for everything, for everyone who shoots on IMAX, there's moments where I'm like, why that shot?
Yeah.
Why'd you need that in IMAX? And then sometimes I'll be like, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's like, that was just random. Okay, you just fell on the day. It's like, let's shoot this in IMAX.
William says Lincoln Center is the biggest in the country, so I can't compete with you.
Well, when you come to visit, I'm going to take you to the Lincoln Center location.
Can you get them to show Sinners again?
I mean, they're re-releasing it. It's probably going to be playing at some point down the line.
So this week, obviously, we were gone for like 4 days. So the only thing I got to watch this week that I can talk about, I showed I tried to show both kids, but only showed my oldest child today and my wife for the first time, even though she loves Tim Burton, Pee-wee's Big Adventure. It's the first time anybody else in the house has seen it, and I freaking love that movie.
He has scared me my whole life.
I adore everything about it. I laughed pretty much the entire time still. That movie is hilarious to me. I don't understand how my child just giggled at Large Marge and the jump scare scene. I hope he loved it. When it got over, he said this was a great movie, so I hope that's a memorable time for him at least. Yeah. But man, it is going to be the year of Pee-wee. I mean, we've got that documentary coming out like next week, I think. We've got Big Top Pee-wee.
Paul Rummen's Wikipedia. Sorry.
I couldn't hear anything over your wall collapsing.
Yeah. I was like, and then you showed him Paul Rummen's Wikipedia.
No, that he can be 12 for that one.
Theater. What's an adult theater?
Big Top Pee-wee later this year. There's so much happening. I cannot wait to see more people discover Pee-wee stuff. It's been a great time for Paul. Just appreciate him so much. All right, 40 minutes in. You ready to talk about
just a quick thing to Wave, because Wave is mentioning Interstellar 70mm IMAX was like it was, but even more so, Gravity in IMAX with the DTX or whatever, the audio that literally like sucking the sound out of like the room. That was like, I was like, this is amazing.
Only the IMAX film screenings have a projectionist in Lincoln Center.
Which is funny that you mentioned that, because the one other movie I had on my list that I had seen was The Amateur. And the first time I saw it, the projection went dead at like 20 minutes in.
Ooh. Because
someone had set off the fire alarm, whether intentional or not. Everything cuts off, and they could not get it reset. And I'm like, projectionists can't just go back up there and reset. So I had to go back and see it again.
Yeah, there is none.
Yeah.
Rest is done remotely, says Brian.
Interesting. Okay.
Big Adventure is the best.
You've seen Spider-Man 3 back in the day at 4:30 in the morning. Now they could get away with that.
Yeah, the round-the-clock showings.
Oh, God. Hello, folks. Well, if you'd like hot dogs for $1, we got to throw these things out. So.
It's now 6:15 a.m. All right. I know that you had some rants to talk about this week. Anything you want to talk about?
We might be able to get into the rants. And unrelated to movie rant, I just got to say, if anyone's going out to Starbucks and they are eyeing that spicy falafel wrap, just so you know, it is the size of like a fucking Post-it note. So you see that $5.50 price tag, you're getting nothing. I just want to put that out of the way there. No,
but also don't support Starbucks.
Huh?
But also don't support Starbucks.
Yeah, get my coffee somewhere. My other rant is physical media related, so I'll wait until we get to that, and I'll dive.
Random shout out, rest in peace, Joe Don Baker, who's been in a ton of incredible films, passed away today. Has done everything from all kinds of James Bond work to Final Justice that was put out on MVD Rewind to Wacko from Vinegar Syndrome and a ton of other films in between.
I think a movie that he was in.
I think he's in The Pack that I helped edit some stuff for Scream Factory. Incredible movie. Yeah. Great stuff. Joe Don Baker was underappreciated.
Was he in Blues Brothers? Oh, no, sorry. GoldenEye.
Yep.
He was in GoldenEye. That's what I just bought recently. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. That's all I got.
Yeah, do you want to jump into announcements?
I don't, but I guess we can.
I mean, we can go over some other stuff. I can do book corner. We can just talk about this.
We can talk about your book.
My book. I mean, we can talk about my book. It is physical media related, so we could do that. I could just read the last 20 pages of Marcus Aurelius that I've been reading.
Walking Tall, absolutely, Stefano. All right, let's get into some of these announcements then.
All right, let's do it.
We started off with our second round of Imprint announcements last week. Imprint. They put out so many titles. The fact that we had like a full slate and then they're like, come back tomorrow for some 4K hard boxes.
Or just 2 hours later.
Yeah, it's crazy. We also have, Imprint Asia that they do every other couple of weeks. And then everybody forgets Via Vision, who we're going to talk about tonight, is the parent company for Imprint. So it's all coming from the same place. And yeah, we did not get Criterion announcements today. We're hopefully getting them tomorrow.
Ronnie, they knew I was streaming and they said, no, we'll wait.
And you were really looking forward to it too.
I thought I was going to get a second site announcement and I didn't. I was kind of disappointed.
We get to talk about their delay.
Oh, yeah, we do. Yeah. I had to pre-order.
What a comment. Such a shame about John Voight's brain. Yeah, I agree.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say, right there with RFK.
All right. First up, July 30th, 4K from Imprint in Australia, Midnight Cowboy. This is Dustin Hoffman and John Voight in this undisputed classic, making its worldwide debut on 4K UHD with Dolby Vision. This has new commentary by Matthew Asprey-Gear. We've got an archival commentary from Jerome Hellman. We've got all kinds of archival extras on their second disc here. And then the third disc is a documentary called Desperate Souls, Dark City and the Legend of Midnight Cowboy from 2022. This has some extended interviews as well as a trailer. Decent looking release for this movie. I'm glad that it's coming out in a package like this. I mean, this, plus with the other two titles we're going to be talking about, it feels like we're probably going to get a Criterion 4K at some point down the line. I would not be surprised. Yeah, this is one that would make a lot of sense. I mean, I actually kind of like the Criterion cover art for Midnight Cowboy. It's got a who's the guy that did Hitchcock stuff? Help me out here. Stan, I'm not going to remember his name. I know Stan knows. Stan, I'm looking for you. Who did the titles for Hitchcock? Come on. Sal Bass, sorry. That's the one. Sal Bass. But the little circles and stuff like that reminds me of Dr. No. So I had that retro thing, but I do like the original art here. And in case anyone doesn't know, it's the only X-rated movie to ever win Best Picture. Incredible. Yeah. Next up is In the Heat of the Night, getting an Australian 4K. They're saying this is in HDR Dolby Vision for the first time worldwide. Turns out Australia doesn't pay attention to Germany. It definitely had a German release with HDR and Vision. But either way, this looks like a nice package. They're saying that this is new Dolby Vision, new HDR10. This is honestly probably the first time it was properly graded for Dolby Vision and HDR10. But yes, it was released with some sort of Dolby Vision and HDR10 over in Germany. This one has no new extras on this whatsoever. There's all kinds of archival stuff on that Blu-ray disc. However, there's an exclusive booklet with new essay by Travis Woods, as well as full-color photographs and production information. So I'm glad that is coming out. It's a great movie, obviously.
I didn't see. Does this include? Is this including They Call Me Mr. Tibbs? No.
Just the first film.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I mean, it would make a lot more sense if they did it as a full package, kind of like Kino did. But at the same time, if it was imprint, it would be a box this thick with the cages for each film.
I mean, I feel like they could do like two. They've done two Amaray cases together in a box, right? That's not a box set.
Yes, they have, but it's imprint. I mean, even this one release of the film with the Blu-ray and 4K is a box set. So
I gotcha. Okay.
That was kind of jesting with how much they throw on separate discs. And
it's
separate
so
cases.
funny when they show the mock-up or whatever it is. The books are always portrayed as a hardbound book. Like the spine looks like a hardbound book.
Not always. Certainly not always. They do have, like on this one, it probably is actually going to be a hardbound book.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, sometimes they do, like Second Sight makes them look like hardbound book. I'm like, it's a perfect bound book.
For most of them, yes. But even Second Sight has done quite a few hardbound as well.
Oh, yeah. I just think like overall, like by default, I seem to notice it's always presented as a hardback.
Yep. Next one from that is Malcolm X. This is, for many people, this is the best Spike Lee film. Might be that for me. An incredible film coming out in 4K from Imprint. We've got a new commentary by Odie Henderson on this that will be on the 4K disc and over on the Blu-ray. We have a lot coming in this. We got 2 Blu-rays because of all the amount of special features. There is an interview with the production designer, Wynn Thomas, that sounds like an incredible interview. There is a featurette including interviews with Karen Allen and David Patrick Kelly. Yeah, this is an amazing movie. I mean, it's Malcolm X. This has been talked about to death. There's not much else I can say.
Does this have that full documentary that was on the studio, and I believe it was on the Criterion? Originally, only the digibook came with it. It was a second disc. And when
it is the Making of Malcolm X doc from 2005, okay, yeah. Yes.
Because when the Amaray came out in the studio, they took the disc away.
Yep.
And then they reissued it for Criterion. I do love... I mean, again, Imprint is not not even close to my favorite label, but I do appreciate that they go with the original artwork.
Yeah, on pretty much everything.
Some new artwork is always nice, like if it's very done well, but there's something about this, like I absolutely remember the poster, so it's like, yes.
Oh yeah.
That.
It would hurt to not have it on a box like this, yeah.
Well, I like that they have his face, that poster specifically on the box, and then the Amaray has...
Yep.
Only to my knowledge, this is the cover art that they used for the Terrence Blanchard score, because I have the CD, and that's just the black and the silver X's for that.
Great film. Check it out if you haven't seen it. Arrow put out a video where they said that these are upgrades coming soon from Arrow Video. So these are all coming to 4K UHD. I'm going to run through the list real quick. We have Thief from 1981, Mona Lisa from 86, To Live and Die in LA from 85, Creepshow 2 from 87, Nightbreed from 1990, Rawhead Rex from 86, The Apartment from 1960, The Visitor from 1979, and The Sadness from 2021. We already knew about The Sadness in that Shudder deal, but the big thing here, there's so many people in the comments that were not understanding that Arrow has never, ever, not even once, released a 4K for something in a country that already had that film on 4K. So you can already glean from this list what the releases are going to be like for these. So Thief is not getting released in the US. This is going to be a 4K in the UK. Mona Lisa is going to be the UK only. To Live and Die in LA will be UK only. Creepshow 2 will likely be US and UK because it has never had a 4K release. So they likely own the rights to that. Nightbreed, UK only. Rawhead Rex, UK only. The Apartment, likely going to be either both or theoretically only UK, because that's gone back and forth a couple times. The Visitor, brand new. This is going to be probably both. And then the Sadness, we already know that's going to be UK only. But this is a big deal because now a lot of people can say, oh, it's Criterion come July. Am I going to want to buy their stuff in the July sale? You might want to wait and pick up the Arrow one, because for a lot of people, the encoding for Arrow is much better, undeniably better than the Criterion encoding. Not to mention, new extra is usually a better package. Arrow is, in my opinion, at least like a better producer of some of these films. So if Criterion and Arrow is releasing the same film, I'm going to choose Arrow probably 98% of the time.
Other than the Sadness, it's in my imagination. You're obviously going to know this better than I do. But are all those films around the original Blu-rays? Did those all come out around the same period from Arrow? It feels like that was like right before I started collecting, because The Apartment came out just as I was starting, and I didn't understand as far as boutiques, I didn't understand the limited nature.
Right.
But the others, like I feel like those were all part of the who went on to Radiance. Like that was part of the Thief. That was all part of the Arrow. Because there was Arrow Films and then there was Arrow
Academy.
I feel like those were Arrow Academy releases.
Most of these were not.
Oh, they weren't?
No, most of these were not Arrow Academy.
Thief was Arrow Academy, though, right? I'm not completely wrong.
No, Thief was not Arrow Academy. The Apartment was Arrow Academy, and okay. I think Mona Lisa may have been, and I may even be wrong about that.
I thought everything that outside of horror kind of fell under there. The Woody Allens and all that was Arrow Academy.
I mean, Woody Allen definitely was, but no, certainly not everything. Arrow was a little more eclectic then. They tended to kind of be all over the place, kind of like they are now, to be honest. I know a lot of people are complaining because kind of like all the labels that have gotten big, people are complaining that they're very mainstream. But at the same time, Arrow has always been very, like, all over the map.
Well, I mean, as far as this is concerned, a lot of these are like sales staples, where it's like Thief is always going to be like that $5-10 range during the Arrow sales. Like I always see that giant diamond on the sale thing. Nightbreed, they're probably going to reissue the same box as before. They
seem to be getting away from that a little bit. Actually,
that's a very popular. It took me a while to get that one, but everyone loves that cover.
I agree. Everybody loves the cover, so they may stick with that one. But even then, that's kind of up in the air too, because they're gone. They've gone away from the Arrow Academy branding, so they may switch that up entirely.
And as far as the U.S. is, concerned, Thief will probably be we already got a 4K announcement from Criterion.
Yep,
got that, and the rest will be, what do we got?
We've already got To Live and Die in L.A. We've already got Nightbreed. We've already got Rawhead Rex.
Mona Lisa's on Blu-ray from Criterion, so they'll probably
be 4K. Yeah. The Sadness we already have here. Yeah.
The Sadness is just going to be. There's like 15 million versions that they're going to have.
Yeah. Yeah. That release of The Apartment from Arrow Academy, the limited edition, was maybe, other than the original Russ Meyer DVD set, like the most impressive thing from Arrow for quite some time.
I thought Donnie Darko, the original Donnie Darko, I think surpasses the new 4K Donnie Darko. As far as
it came out after The Apartment, though.
I think it was.
I may be wrong. It
was around the same time, because I remember going to Barnes & Noble's back before I was getting boutiques, and I was like, "Oh, that's really cool," but do I really like Donnie Darko that much? Right. But that one had those like individually packed things with the hardbound book.
Yep.
And same thing with The Apartment, had that hardbound book. And
Brian brings up the Trip to the Moon box. I love that release. That thing, and the release they did of the game around the same time. That was a different shape than normal. Yeah, loved it.
Mm-hmm. Do you like that cover art though for the game?
For a film that has so much iconic art to go the way they did, I didn't love that.
It's a weird style. It just didn't feel like
a little bit. Yeah,
like it doesn't feel like that noirish like Fincher. It didn't feel like a Fincher cover.
Right. I get that.
It's pretty easy to surpass Donnie Darko. I haven't watched Donnie Darko all the way through in a long, long time. I might understand. I might be able to follow along a little bit better than I did when I was in my 20s, and I was like, "What? What am I looking at? How does time? How do multiple wormholes and time travel work?"
This was a long discussion about Arrow. All that to say, they're upgrading a lot of
9 announcements in one.
Yeah, it was a lot. And just keep in mind, these are not going longer than the end of 2025. They say these are coming through the end of this year. This year. So that's a lot of stuff on top of other releases that they haven't mentioned yet. And it's going to be a lot.
I feel like the sadness will be like an October release.
I mean, most likely, yeah. Next up, Cult Epics, August 12th, Blu-ray of His Motorbike, Her Island from 1986. This is their first of 4 Nobuhiko Obayashi films that they are putting out. This has an audio commentary by Sam Deegan. There is a visual essay by Esther Rosenfield on this called Becoming the Wind. Visual essay by Alex Pratt called Her Island Onomichi Part 1. Since they are putting out 3 more of these releases, there's going to be some other pieces from Alex Pratt on those. There's an archival director, Obayashi archival interview on there. New subtitles on this, new slipcase art by the one and only Sam Smith, who was in the chat just a few minutes ago. What's up, Sam? And then in a reversible sleeve. And then if you get the slipcase from the Cult Epics website, which I will happily say right now, it is one of the worst websites in the boutique label game.
That's saying something.
Yes, it is.
Because I had one of my gripes was going to be with Shout Factory.
I can't wait to hear about that one.
Chino.
There is a very specific exclusive slipcover to the website that has the same front and a different back. Check it out. It is really great art. Thanks, Sam. You made the release a lot better.
I feel like Sam did this cover art.
Sam Smith, yeah.
It's almost like, because I like it more than the Fun City edition, Robert De Niro and Meryl Streep, but the color tone just made me think of the Fun City edition cover. But there's more going on. Exactly, there's more going on. That has so much empty space. And
I don't know if you've seen it. I love the back of the slip too.
That should be the front. Yeah. That should be the front. The other one is like the back because it's so empty. Yeah. Anyway. They're not going to listen to me. I will say.
Hold on, I'm going to go call Jonathan.
Yeah, there's so many jokes can be made of like His Motorbike, Her Island. Like, yeah, I guess you could call them those. I mean, that's one way to refer to them as. Do we have a price point on this, or is this because I've never gotten anything from them?
It's a regular standard Blu-ray release. This will be like $24.99 on release, something like that.
Okay. Yeah, Ronnie. Yes. Oh, by the way, before I forget, Wonderman Project asked me a question. I've never left the city, so if you ask if I was around, yes, I was around. You just do the math of my age, but I specifically do remember. Yes, every time I pass the 2 booths on the Lower East Side, I tell people they used to show midnight showings of Donnie Darko there, and yes, you can still go and I believe rent movies from them. There is still a video store, and it was actually featured in a Netflix movie. It was a holiday movie, and I cannot remember the name of it. My friend was in it. She plays one of the friends. But it's about like these it's like star-crossed lovers in like love letters. Someone will look it up, but yeah.
Wave says Kino and Arrow definitely in the running for worst website design. Kino's like I understand that they falter when there's a sale because they've gotten so popular. Mm-hmm. Arrows is garbage when there's a sale because you'll be scrolling through 12 titles, go to the next page, and 7 of those 12 are in the next page as well somehow, and you can never see everything. But clearly, you've never tried to order from the Cult Epics website. When you're on the Cult Epics website, you click on a title, and it takes you to a PayPal checkout scene or site. You can't. There's no cart function. You can't add anything else to your order. You can't look at the item more rather than just choosing to check out. If you click on an item, you're taken to checkout. It is the worst idea ever, probably.
Well, I will see your Cult Epics, and even when not on sale, Kino. Okay, first and foremost, when I scroll to the bottom of the calendar to see what... If you do this, I'm just going to get on my soapbox, and you have no one to blame but yourself when we're here for another hour. And
that's why I did that.
you want me to do a Will Lane story, I will go do a Will Lane story. But yes, so Kino, when you go just casually, when you go to the bottom of the site, and like you're like, oh, cool, okay, and this kind of connects to my other gripe about it. But so there's no just tagged it. Is Silent Manimal talking about me? You know what, Silent Manimal? I've seen your fucking face.
It was so funny. Anyways,
Keto calendar. You want, Silent Manimal.
Keto calendar.
You can live up to your first name and just.
Yikes! Go, Silent Manimal. Keep talking. I find it very funny.
Don't bring that bold text to the conversation if you don't want some clap back. So you go down to the calendar and you're like, oh, look, this is coming out in June, and you click on the title, and there's no add to favorites or add to the wish list. There's no prompt for that on the Kino site. So what I have to do is I have to add it to my cart, and then later say remove from the cart, and they're like, do you want to put it on your wish list? Or just delete it. I say add to wish list.
I feel like
I know what you're going to say. There's a way to tap a certain way that says add to wish list, but I don't know how to get there. It's weird. Now here's the other thing. So I go to the calendar, right, and then I hit back to go back to the page. Normally on most websites, it'll take you right back to where you were. Instead, It reloads right back to the top. So I have to scroll down and go back to that calendar and go. It's just not intuitive. It's just not.
I know this is what you don't want to hear, but I just want to say you're wrong.
Silent Manimal is about to co-host with us.
No, you're wrong for how you browse.
you can mansplain to me afterwards about how to browse.
When you know that it doesn't work like that, open it in a new tab.
I'm on my phone.
Buy a computer. I got nothing. Yeah, I understand.
Some of us don't sit at our computer all day, Ryan.
Some of us don't leave them on LA streets. Wait, that hurts. So that was Cold Epics and a rant on Kino Lorber. Let's keep going. Oh, God, how are we following up that with this? Hey, we got some details.
You know what? I guarantee you Silent Manimal is one of these chicken jockey guys throwing popcorn in the theater that I'm seeing on the TikTok.
Wow.
This is also how you know I'm old, by the way.
Yes,
I don't get what that is at all.
Me neither.
I know you can move green bricks around and build shit like we used to do with SimCity back in the early 2000s.
We got a release date for the Minecraft movie, June 24th, 4K Steelbook, standard 4K, Blu-ray, DVD, all coming from Warner Brothers. This is going to have a Dolby Atmos audio track. It's going to have a featurette on building the world of Minecraft. It's going to have a featurette on creepers, zombies, and Endermen. A featurette on a Minecraft movie, Block Beats and Pixel Pals. I don't know what any of these words mean. Hey, if you want it, you can check it out. I'm going to keep going. We talk about Second Sight delays. Talk to Me and The Nice Guys have been ever so slightly delayed. The Nice Guys will come out June 16th now, and Talk to Me June 23rd. I think this is only a week or two delay for each of these. That's like no big deal.
I love the people on Reddit who gripe and are just like, man, I was totally about to open it up and watch it that night and not totally put it on my shelf and never watch it. Silent Manimal, you just finished The Brutalist, is what people say.
Barry, yeah, you are correct. Sometimes it is easier to order on a cell phone rather than a computer. You shouldn't have to do that. Absolutely. I will say I'm willing to wait because The Nice Guys art is... It's great.
It's everything I want.
It is really great.
Everything I want. And it's not even my favorite Shane Black movie. And I was like, nope, ordering.
July 22nd, we talked about this recently, but Kino, now we know all the details, is releasing Convoy from 1978 on 4K. On that day, we get a new commentary by Steve Mitchell on this, and then a bunch of archival extras that were on the imprint release. So yeah, if you got the imprint, you definitely do not need this Kino. Don't feel compelled to buy both for any reason. But if you've never seen Convoy, it's a peck and paw, and they're all at least interesting to watch. And yeah, here you go.
Chris and I we got the thing going.
And you're going to run with your shirt off. So
I mean, we can.
Speaking of Kino,
Mr.
Cibener's favorite label, Kino, releasing the 7 Magnificent Gladiators from 1983 soon. This is the Lou Ferrigno and Sybil Danning film, directed by Bruno Mattei. I have never seen this one, but I've heard this one is great.
I mean, just that look is just, I mean, that's like 80s wonderfulness. We want to be Conan the Barbarian, but we're not. But
yeah, that was from many of the films.
Yeah.
Hey, we just talked about this, but you can check out the Physical Media Advocates on Amazon, on the Patreon, and a whole bunch of stores. Check it out.
Physical.
Death Wish 3 is coming on 4K from Kino Lorber fairly quickly after Blu-ray releases of all of the Death Wish films were released. We don't know a release date, but it will have an HDR and Dolby Vision Master. For many people, this is their favorite Death Wish movie because it is quite not PC. How Charles Bronson are you?
I've never been a big Charles Bronson fan. Now, I will say this. I saw Death Wish 5 in the theater. I got in just at the tail end.
How'd that go for you?
That was at a time when I saw everything. I just saw everything that came out. So I didn't know who he was. I was just like, oh, there's a guy shooting people. All right, let's watch it. I feel like I have seen Death Wish at least 1 and 2. Been a while, though. Here's my rant, is that, yes, it is really soon after releasing the Blu-ray. We know they had the 4K of 1. Vinegar Syndrome lost 2. So I'm guessing it's going to go to them at some point. They've got 4 and 5. So they're probably going to... It's just make a box set out of it. Like, wait and just release them all, because that way... Because at this point, we've all bought... The slipcovers are sold out of 4 and 5. And I think 3 as well. So that means they've sold that many copies. So it's like, rather than just doing Death Wish 3 and then I order that, just wait, put it all together... So then I can sell 1 through 5 individually and then buy a box if there's something new.
Right. If they have the 4K rights and they have the rights long enough for the films and they all have decent OCNs and a 4K restoration, yes, by all means, please do that. I would 100% be all about that.
Yeah, I just don't... It just seems weird that obviously they have 1 and 3 and they wouldn't... I'm going to assume they're getting 2 and to just say, no, 4 and 5, we're not going to do it.
Yeah, that would be silly.
Death Sentence. Dallas, I love Death Sentence, and that is like a very forgotten movie because it's like we're at the same time as I think The Purge, and people got them mixed up. But I really enjoyed Death Sentence.
All right, time to talk about Odyssey Movie Store. This is a brand new, primarily boutique retailer that is going to be operating out of Virginia here in the U.S. You can go to odysseymovies.com. There's all kinds of things to entice you to go shop over there. So for the first full month from May 11th through June 11th, everything on the site is all 10% off. So basically, we are talking retail prices minus a flat 10%, and many of the retail prices are already cheaper than elsewhere, so you're getting it for extra cheap. You can sign up for the rewards program, which, as far as I know, I don't think there's any other straight retailers that have rewards programs that we tend to talk about and purchase from, things like Orbit or Atomic or Brother Belial or Diabolic or whatever. I don't think any of them have rewards. So you got that going for you. And if you sign up for the rewards right now, you don't even have to buy anything, but if you sign up, you get your first 80 points for free. And when you get 130 points, you get $5 off. So you're already most of the way there. Basically, you spend $50 and you get $5 off your next purchase. And then just like Orbit, if you get 3 items, they will do free shipping for you. They are working on getting more stock. It was their first time, and they've been rushed with orders, obviously. So it might look a little paltry because they just opened and got flooded. But as soon as stuff comes in, they are going to be flipping and turning things as soon as they are able to load on the site. So check it out.
VHS.
A lot of VHS. He is going to be doing some secondhand stuff. But the big thing, if you want more information, like I said, I just put up a brand new interview with Travis, who owns Odyssey Movies. It's a nice short conversation, like 25 minutes, up on the channel now. Travis is a friend. He is somebody that I really want to see succeed. He is also somebody that eventually wants to take this and make this a beacon for people to come to as not only just a physical store, but like as an event place, so some place that you are. If you're anywhere near Virginia, I feel compelled to go to Odyssey Movies, and it sounds like he is well on his way there. I hope he is very successful. So check out Odyssey Movies.
And we need more boutiques like this because I don't know if anyone ever ordered from Vintage Media Library, but I guess they're going out of business. So it's sad.
Yeah, that's what happens when you get a study at Harvard, I think is where he's going.
Oh, really? Oh, good.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's good. At least it's for a good reason.
It is for a very good reason. And he said he will be back, but that site specifically is not going to be back.
Okay.
I think he said he's going to do a big cartel site, so he doesn't have to pay to run a full website.
I tell you that by the end, it was like 50% off your order. I was like trying to find stuff because he had some really good things on there. And always never charged extra when there was a slipcover.
Right.
And I got a lot of slipcovers on there that just, like the first time when he first opened up, I got like, I think the first two Beverly Hills Cop 4K slips, Gladiator slip, just a lot of stuff. JavaScript. Yeah, just like most other places, if you go on eBay and someone's like, with the slip, $60. And it's like, he was like, nah, I don't care. Like, and it was sealed. No, that wasn't sealed. Gladiator was sealed that I got for like $15. 4K.
All right. So that is Odyssey Movies. Next up, Classic Flicks in the U.S. is releasing Hopalong Cassidy, the Legacy Collection, Volume 1. All three films in this collection are from 1935, coming on Blu-ray and I believe DVD also on July 29th. There is a handful of features on this. We got audio commentaries by Ed Holst, Toby Rohn. There is a mini documentary. There's a lot on here. Never before seen stock footage that they're using, outtakes, behind-the-scenes footage. Good-looking stuff.
When I saw this, I said somewhere, Heath from Serial Midnight is busting a nut.
I hope people that love Westerns are happy. That's what I'll say.
Exactly, like Western people, I'm happy for you. It's not my thing, but and it's Volume 1. That means you're going to get a Volume 2, I would assume.
Volume 1 of 17. No, I'm just kidding. We'll see.
Probably. Film Noir, Volume 50.
July, A24 is releasing a Blu-ray, not 4K, Blu-ray release of this year's Death of a Unicorn with the one and only Paul Rudd and Jenna Ortega.
Don't look at the art. Don't swipe to the next page.
I didn't plan on it.
Okay, good. Okay.
Yeah, supposedly the inner art spoils some stuff, so I won't say too much.
They did this for Heretic. They did the same thing.
Yeah.
They don't get it.
I agree. They should not be advertising with it.
Why buys our movies?
This will have a commentary with the writer-director Alex Sharfman. There is a featurette called How to Kill a Unicorn, some deleted scenes, 6 collectible postcards, and Blu-ray only.
I have not seen this yet, so I guess I also had it spoiled, but that cover art is beautiful.
It's really great, yeah.
Like, it kind of gives me Neverending Story vibes.
Yes.
It's just so nice.
Yep, it's very nice.
Anyway.
Diabolic DVD posted a release up this last week. This is coming in June on Blu-ray from Guaylo Films. This is an offshoot of IFD Media, and they're putting out Fists of Bruce Lee from 1979. This is starring Bruce Lee. This will also have a slipcover and a 24-page booklet. There is a Bruce Lee interview on here. There's a Benjamin Ling interview. There is Bruce Lee, John Ladalski, and Benjamin Ling, and Dan I can't read that word. Inosanto training films. But the big thing, there's a bonus movie on here called Gecko Kung Fu that's an hour and a half long. That one is only an SD. So
insurance salesman who knows Kung Fu.
Yep. Wow. So
you're the dad, and I'm the one making that joke.
It was perfect. What's up, Mozart's Ghost?
Mozart's Ghost.
Intrigued by new Bruce
Amongst our
Willis.
shows.
This is one thing I was going to say. I had somebody say they were going to wait on this because of the Severn Bruceploitation Volume 2 box set. This won't be in that box set. Severn doesn't have the rights. This label has the rights.
2 plus 2, people don't get it, Brian. 2 plus 2, no, come on.
I don't know.
No.
Yes, Brendan, I think you are correct. And I clicked the wrong thing. So let's go straight to Lionsgate Limited. June 17th, 4K Steelbook coming of The Way of the Gun from 2000. This is a Lionsgate Limited release, which means it is a site exclusive. Will not be available anywhere else unless Diabolic goes and buys their own copies of this. This has some archival features and then brand new Lionsgate Limited extras, featurette called Intention is Everything and one called Trigger Discipline. One disc release, only the 4K disc. Way of the Gun. You seen this one?
It's one of those movies that I missed in the early 2000s. I used to get it confused with Art of War with Snipes. I wasn't a big Ryan Phillippe fan. I am convinced that there's some poor Lionsgate employee that's being tortured and just being told to yell out a title. Like, we need one that's going to be put on Steelbook. What is it? Like, I don't know. House of a Thousand Corpses. I don't know.
Don't tease me. I'd be all about that one.
It just, there's got to be other titles. And I'm not saying anything bad about it. I haven't seen Way of the Gun, so it might be a masterpiece. But it's just such and we'll get to it later with another part of Lionsgate. Is it like a 20-minute Zoom meeting? When someone says, all right, let's get this out of the way. Let's go. I've got plans this weekend. Your plan is to make money, right?
Yeah.
Because they did that thing on Reddit where they put out a questionnaire, which I was like, wow, no one ever does that. But then they turn around and go $35, $40, site exclusives. You're going to pay shipping regardless unless you hit $300 max or something like that. If you're really trying to hit the audience, there's ways of figuring this out. So I don't know what the plan is. They really think they're going to, and it's no, it's a Steelbook. Someone's going to buy it.
On top of that, for those that saw the Reddit poll, overwhelmingly, 80% plus of everybody said, don't give us the Steelbook, just give us a release that we can buy wherever, not just a site exclusive, and make it something that is as cheap as possible.
Oh, I chose Hardbox. I like a Hardbox.
Well, everybody else outvoted you, thankfully.
No,
but it doesn't matter. They seem to be going exactly opposite of what everybody voted for anyway.
What Dallas said, again, Book of Shadows, Blair Witch 2 is a piece of shit. And you can like it. That movie's a piece of shit. But everyone wants it. And if you're even if you type in Google Lionsgate movies people want, it's going to pop up and be all right, let's put it out. Let's just do it. And let's make some money.
Lionsgate has a fantastic catalog of stuff that many of which have never been released.
Again, I don't know why they, and the licensing has it to be a deep cut movie. The licensing must be cheaper than putting out Way of the Gun.
The thing is, though, they're not licensing things. They own the rights.
No,
they are Lionsgate.
But as far as when they put it out, they do have to give Benicio del Toro and Ryan Phillippe.
It's a
their residuals are going to be more than Betty McVan from '86. I'm just making it, but who did Slasher Troops, 4.5.
Maybe
she's probably dead. I don't know.
Jack says you should start a label or cult called Ryan's Gate. What?
That sounds like a cult. Ryan's Gate is just oh, okay. It's just instead of Kool-Aid, it's just a bottle of water that you guzzle. Everyone take your bottle of water.
Everybody go to Walmart and buy carbonated water.
Are we all ready to go?
So yeah, that's Way of the Gun, which for many people, this is the more appealing of the two releases. Although the film itself of what we're about to talk about is still appealing.
Devil's 4K. Let's all go. We're done.
Well, let's talk about Lionsgate Limited also releasing the next Vestron Collector Series release, All of Me from 1984. Yes, the Carl Reiner film starring Steve Martin and Lily Tomlin is getting a Vestron Collector's Series release. This has an audio commentary by Joe Ramone. This has an interview with Phil Alden Robinson, the screenwriter. Bodies Behaving Badly visual essay by Cerise Howard. Hilarity Ensues visual essay by Stacey Lane Wilson. A stills gallery, all that sort of thing, trailers, whatever. However, so many people this week are so pissed that the next Vestron title is $25 and also a Lionsgate limited site exclusive. Okay, so a couple things. The site exclusive part sucks ass. Yeah. I'm not denying that. That is awful. Mm-hmm. The price thing, I understand it sucks. However, let's zoom out on Vestron. The first 19 titles released in the Vestron Collector Series all started on day one at $30+ of release. Every single one. It just so happened that after they put out Maximum Overdrive, the next 12 or so that they released were all like $12 and found in Walmart. That was a surprising thing. They all, in that time period...
It's 2 and 3.
In that time period, they also all sucked. Not that the films are bad, but the restorations were atrocious for most of those. I'm not saying that the uptick in price is a great thing. However, it's not unheard of. Vestron, for the most part, used to be very pricey. They just have not done hardly anything in a handful of years.
Short-term memory.
Yeah, and a lot of people are new collectors. We're actually going to talk about that tonight. We didn't even mention our topic for tonight, so I should bring that up right now. After our announcements tonight, we're going to be covering over the timeline of physical media, and we're going to be explaining why and stuff in a little bit. But this getting a Vestron release is wild. We talked about this with May as well. It doesn't make sense because it was never under the Vestron label. This was a Lionsgate title. This is something that doesn't really fit in with most of the other Vestron titles. I just like you just said about Way of the Gun, it feels like to me, Lionsgate is just looking at the stuff that recently had a restoration, and now they're like, well, we got to release it somehow because it'll make us some money. We just paid for a restoration. What do we do? And they go, oh, Steve Martin, that's Vestron, right? And they give us a $25 release.
It's a deep cut movie, though. I had never even heard of this movie. It's Carl Reiner. So they're probably, I mean, I understand this. Shockingly, I understand this more than Way of the Gun, because this is going to have that audience. It's like, yes, like that little known movie from the 80s that I liked, and it fits for me. It fits in with, again, Earth Girls Are Easy,
yeah.
That, but I still think the heyday of like Chopping Mall and then Blood Diner and stuff like that was where people. They had to have seen people were like, yes, 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 yes. Like, this is what I want.
Right. And that was the original Vestron label that people associated with, and not the physical media label, the actual production company Vestron. Yeah. And so something, like Dallas just brought up, this getting a Vestron release before Ghoulies Go to College is wild. Crazy. Absolutely crazy.
I know, and the art, I will say this. When I first saw it, I thought that was Scott Bakula. I thought Steve Martin was Scott Bakula. I thought Louis Tomlin was Mary Steenburgen.
I mean, I don't hate the art.
It's very 80s, but again, I don't have any connect. This is not a video store staple that I would walk by and go, oh, like I remember seeing that. Like I remember walking into the video store and seeing the cover, the in the horror section, walking by and seeing Parents.
Yeah.
And that was like, just grabbed my attention.
Yeah.
Every single time. Stepfather 2. Every single time with that knife going through the wedding cake. Every single time. What was the one with the arm where it's chopped up into little, like, chunks? It's on a chopping board and there's an arm and it's like, it almost looks like it's like pieces of salami. And there's eyeballs on the thing.
Yes.
Someone will chime in with that.
For some reason, all I could think of was Happy Birthday to Me, but it's obviously not. That's the kebab cover.
Yeah.
Somebody will say it. I don't remember which one the arm is. Yeah. This is a choice. The worst thing for me is that it's site exclusive. The big thing for that is if you're not in the U.S. or Canada, you straight can't purchase this. And I don't even remember if Canadians can buy this.
Did they do Zapped?
No.
Who put out Zapped? I felt like they did that. Vestron put out Zapped. Someone put out Zapped on Blu-ray
In
with
the
Scott
U.S.?
Baio and Ames, Barry Ames, where the two people from Charles in Charge who had to do apparently movies together.
It was Olive.
Olive? Oh, okay. Got it. Not that I support Scott Baio releases anymore at this point.
So anyways, that's Lionsgate Limited. If somebody from Lionsgate is watching, which is honestly not unheard of, I mean, one of the guys did an interview with Steelbook Obsessed. They say that they listen to the community.
They went to Reddit.
If you are listening,
Reddit's like going to the bad part of town with your wallet out.
they went to the bad part of town and asked for financial advice.
Yeah.
Weird.
You guys, anyone know the directions to?
So yeah, if Lionsgate is listening, find a way. Like, I don't know, make the site exclusive, like a different slipcover, or stick to the steelbooks for titles and do Amaray cases everywhere else. You should not make the titles a site exclusive. You should not do anything that withholds it from the world. You're losing out on money, literally.
I will push back on this, but if anything, I could say do this for the standard. Let it be available on Walmart and Amazon and everything, because the people that like Vestron are going to want continuity and want the spines to all look identical. They don't want to all of a sudden get a new design of Vestron and make a site exclusive and say, like, well, this is this.
Exactly.
And this is just your regular $9.99. Go to Amazon and hope they don't smash your slipcover.
Yeah, literally that, or, you can buy the exact same release from the Lionsgate Limited site, but you get a $300 Steve Martin autograph or something that will actually make people want to go to the site and get it instead of withholding it from everywhere else.
Or, I mean, if you're going to do as far as like going to Reddit and like going through all this trouble of talking to the fans, you know what? You own these titles. Come up with 10 titles that you have in your life. And you're like, hey, let's vote. What do you all think about this? And then just say, like, yeah, this is the one that we want.
I agree. Anyways,
got a guarantee of what people want.
That's Lionsgate Limited.
I can't believe we spent that much time on All of Me. No time anyone spent on that fucking movie since it came out.
June 2nd in the UK, True Brit Entertainment is putting out Marching Powder from this year. It is a Danny Dyer film. Danny Dyer and, of course, Nick Love is the director. They've worked together on some previous things, one of which we talked about, I believe it was just last week. This is supposedly decent. The trailer looked okay, but I've also never seen Human Traffic, which is the one we talked about last week. So I'm not sure.
Don't know who Danny Dyer is. Don't know who any of these people are. I am completely in the dark on this one.
I agree.
Anyone else? Anyone?
This name says Lionsgate isn't going to change anything as long as they have guys like mid-level shill and Steelbook Possessed kissing their ass in front of thousands of people. You know what?
You won't get pushback from me. This name, you're not going to.
You are correct.
I will. Shots fired across the bow.
That's also one of the reasons why my channel is still a very small channel, because I don't do any of that shit. Let's go on.
Guys like the look. It's shiny. It's shiny. I hate this fucking movie, but it's shiny. Honey, look what I spent our hard-earned money on. Honey, where are you taking the kids?
She left after they watched Happiness.
What?
God. July 8th.
What's this movie about?
July 8th, Universal is releasing the film Earthquake on 4K. It's getting a steelbook and a standard release, unlike the stuff from Lionsgate Limited. So fuck you. Earthquake. Honestly, this may be my favorite of the disaster era. It's not like a well-made, plot-driven, wonderful movie, but it's so damn fun. This movie is entertaining as hell. Incredible cast: Charlton Heston, Ava Gardner, George Kennedy. Probably my favorite of the disaster films. I don't hate the steelbook. The front art is kind of weird, but I really do like the art on the back of this one. It's a great movie.
When you go back in time and start doing floating heads for older movies, it's like, really? We're going to go back and do that? I've somehow completely missed. I also want to know why Stan's confused, but I've completely missed his imaginary friend. Yes, Stan. Yes, Stan. I am talking to my imaginary friend. Actually, no, not friend. Sorry. I missed all the natural disaster, earthquake, towering inferno, airplane or airport.
Airport 76.
Yeah. I missed all those. I will get to them. Towering Inferno is probably the one I most need to see.
Yeah.
I blame OJ for doing it.
The Inferno itself?
Yes.
Mozart says, I like Universal handling this one themselves. I've exhausted my purchase and Groove needed something new. I get that. Roller Coaster's pretty good too.
Groove's gonna lose its shit because people keep trying to set up new email addresses to get that 20% off, and it's just like, no, like we are shutting this. It's like Netflix password sharing.
How many people live in your home?
At this point, just don't even offer the coupon anymore because people are just going to do everything they can.
Just make it a permanent coupon.
I mean, the prices are already better. It's a weird website. It's a weird sign-in thing. It took me forever to even just set up an account with them, but overall, they ship well. Anyway.
Those little corrugated pockets that they use, I hate that crap.
They did lose my whole fucking order at one point. And
that was Groove. That's right.
Yeah, do you remember that? And it took me like forever, and it finally showed up like 4 months later from like Tijuana or something. Like, hey, we found this. And then I contacted them and said, hey, so this, I want to be honest, this did show up. And it's like a whole stack of 4Ks. And I was like, what do you want me to do? And they're like, oh, well, if you want it, we're going to send you a label if you could ship it back to us. No, thank you. Or it's like, thank you for being honest. I'm like, I literally could have kept this like $200 worth of 4Ks.
Yeah, that was a big order.
Gary, did they not have Poseidon Adventure in 4K?
Nope, not yet.
That's weird. Okay.
Towering is way too long, but they're all guilty pleasures, says Adam, whereas Poseidon Adventure is my fave. Hackman cursing God. You can't beat. I mean, it's Hackman. You kind of can't. Although George Kennedy comes kind of close with Charlton Heston. Oh, God. Okay.
If you go to the Blu-ray.com forum, you can see me arguing with a whole bunch of dumb fucks. And
we're going to have to talk about this because, oh my God, the amount of sarcastic comments on all of my announcement posts on this is hilarious.
Which is
July.
Fine. I don't, because someone who didn't deserve it died, and I don't make jokes at their expense.
If there was ever a question if Cibener was actually in New York, yes, he is.
Oh yeah.
The Sirens, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
July 22nd.
Oh, wait, I was going to say, as a side note, the other day I literally was thinking that we should replace the Sirens with Hans Zimmer score, because I would get out of the way of like, I would get out of the way of that. I was like, oh shit, they're coming through. They mean business.
July 22nd, Decal is releasing a Blu-ray of Rust, technically listed as a 2025 film. For those that aren't familiar with the title, this is the Alec Baldwin, New Mexico murder movie. There's a lot of stuff that is a question on this. Obviously, Alec Baldwin did not murder somebody. There was an accident on set. Somebody was shot and killed. There are a lot of questionable choices. If that happened on the set of the movie, your tagline should not be "Redemption isn't given; it's taken." And the fact that the synopsis that you're using everywhere literally states, in 1880s Wyoming, recently orphaned Lucas Hollister accidentally kills a rancher and is sentenced to hang. And you go on from there as if like nothing's new. Anyways, from what I hear, this is actually a good movie and it turned out decent. I'm interested in seeing it.
It's beautifully shot, I heard.
But the fact that everybody is just like pissed off saying this shouldn't exist, like it was an accident. I mean, most people that were collecting last year that loved The Crow from the 90s bought The Crow steelbook and it sold out everywhere.
Turn around, look at your Crow, take it off your shelf, and send it to me. I'll take the steelbook. It's fine. It's absolutely fine.
Steven says, you know the old saying, tragedy plus time plus Alec Baldwin's wife's fake accent equals comedy. Yes.
Yeah,
yes, this is that movie.
People that object to the Polanski, I'm like, you see that Jeepers Creepers Blu-ray behind you? You need to go take that and you need to throw it out.
And see, Adam says, like Twilight Zone the movie, just can it. There's some different things there. Twilight Zone the movie, the director was specifically disobeying the law and putting people at risk. That movie is
still like $70-$80 on eBay, and people are still paying for it.
And if that came out on 4K, it would sell like gangbusters.
And all of you people objecting to Last Tango in Paris, that first version sold out pretty fast on Vinegar Syndrome. I'm just going to say.
Anyways.
Pretty fast.
Steven's on one right now, and I love it. I don't understand the hate for this announcement.
Steven, look at his son, not him. Anyway, okay.
This is wild. The amount of comments from people saying hard pass and stuff like that. Like, why? It could be a good movie.
If Brandon Lee got shot today, it would be the same thing.
Do you think the woman that was killed on set, who is somebody that wanted to work in the film industry, she doesn't want you to see some of her work? I mean, come on.
Well, all the proceeds go to her family. So if you buy this movie, the money's going to go to her family.
Lots of people have died making films over the years. Lots of people have been treated like shit over the years making movies. Mm-hmm. Pretty much any movie has something negative attached to it.
I mean, you got the final Resident Evil. I mean, that poor son person lost their leg.
That's true.
I mean, Uma Thurman almost got killed on Kill Bill Volume 2. I mean, not really. She got whiplash. But there's plenty of movies. If you dive deep enough, yes. Celeste.
Thanks, Celeste. By the way, shout out Celeste, one of our guests next Thursday for the launch of the Vinegar Syndrome sale. All right, that was Rust. Let's go to the next one before there's any more problems.
We need to argue the legality of all the shooting.
July 22nd, same day, Shudder is releasing Ash from this year. This is the next Flying Lotus film. Again, quite polarizing. If you are into the Flying Lotus shtick, I guess, might be an okay word to use. He's got like a very specific absurdity style, and a lot of people love this. A lot of people absolutely hated this. I've not seen it. I was not super into the last Flying Lotus film, so I don't know about giving this one a shot. Although I do love Aaron Paul, so I would be interested in trying.
Who is the woman next to him?
The woman next to him is Isa Gonzalez.
Oh, it looks like a young Halle Berry.
I could see that a little.
And she did do that space movie a couple of years ago. I'm like, is this that one that was on Netflix where she's in, or whatever, where she's in space and I don't know how she got there or something?
I will admit, too, it seems that the Flying Lotus stuff probably plays a lot better in a theater, and I've never been able to see anything from him in a theater, so that could be a small thing.
For some reason, this cover just gives me OCN vibes, like OCN partner label vibes.
I mean, it's Shudder. But it's not coming in July. So
it's like what's the Pedro Pascal space movie that just cannot sell out on the sales?
I hated Kuso, says Brendan. Thank goodness I'm not the only one. I agree. Dustin says a young Halle Berry is just Halle Berry since she never ages.
It's true.
Prospect, that is the title.
Oh, thank you.
Although I believe the slipcover for that is long sold out.
Oh, the slipcover definitely did sell, even though people are just like, this movie's boring.
Kino is having a sale over at Barnes & Noble. This is a 50% off sale on all of the Kino Lorber releases. Now, why is this exciting? Because a lot of the prices are higher than their prices will be on the Kino sale. The big reason is this covers all pre-orders as well that are currently up on the site. So many of these titles, yes, they will be on sale for cheaper later, but if this is something that you're worried about a slipcover selling out or a title that you want on day one for a lot cheaper, this is the way to get it. So check out the site. This also works in store. They don't have a ton of Kino stuff in most of the stores, but for a sale like this, they usually have at least a dedicated end cap with maybe 5 titles. So yay, physical media.
They're also doing Kino Lorber sale, though, right? Standard Kino Lorber is 50% off as well.
Yes, that is what I said.
Oh, you said Kino Cult. I didn't know we were doing. Oh,
I said Kino Lorber. Everything from Kino, every line.
Then I was not listening to you.
The first note I wanted to say too is because it's Barnes and Noble and it's a widely used site that they can price match. Amazon is price matching all the prices. So if you are somebody that can't shop at Barnes and Noble, or you got Amazon gift cards wasting away in your pocket, you can buy them on sale from Amazon.
Here's what's annoying is that Amazon, who used to dispose of the slipcovers ahead of time because they didn't care about them on their keynotes, they would just throw them out and be like, "Oh, we're just going to sell the movie." Kino then started sealing up their movies so you could not dispose of the slipcover ahead of time, which is why it's all sealed now together. But they will use the...
know that was happening.
This was like maybe 6-7 years ago. And I remember they got word that Amazon was purposely disposing of it themselves. Inspector Rex is being taken over by Rex. HBO Rex. It's like MGM instead of a lion, it's a dog.
Home Barks office.
You are. It took you 2 seconds to come up with. That's a dangerous weapon you have there. But that was what they were doing. They were like, no, and they I remember they sealed up the movies now so that you could not dispose of the slipcovers, which is why we now get these pinched corners because the seal is too tight.
Right.
But then the image they use on the Amazon site a lot of times does not have, when you go on the Kino site and it's got the little slipcover thing, they still have the slipcover, and when they run out, they just use the standard picture. Amazon starts using the standard picture randomly. So you're like, am I getting the slip or am I not getting the slip? So it's frustrating.
You'll never know because you'll never get the title. It's okay.
The world, you never know.
Let's go to the next one. We got a bunch of stuff from Via Vision. First one is the Bader Meinhof Complex from 2008. This is getting a Blu-ray release on August 13 in Australia. There's a making of, a whole bunch of featurettes, and that's about it. I've never seen this one. And
I found it randomly at Book Off. I own it. I have not watched it yet. And no, it is not the Bernie Madoff complex. It is what it looks like from a distance.
That's a quite different film.
Yes.
Next, August 13th on Blue in Australia from Via Vision is The Damned from last year, 2024. This is the first time this has been on Blue anywhere in the world. Mm-hmm. And like Dustin, who is in the chat tonight, I'm wondering what the holdup is in the U.S. because I expected this one to get an announcement recently, and we've not got anything from this. I've heard this movie is great. I've not seen this one yet.
See, of course, I did my due diligence and did not read the breakdown because I saw The Damned and assumed it was the Criterion movie from a couple of years back because I saw the red and the black. I said, oh, it's that movie. And now I see it's this one. Is this about the people going out to sea and the girl's like standing on the shore like waiting?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'm going to guess this is going to be an OCN title. Like someone partner-wise is going to put this out. I just have a feeling. I don't know why I get that feeling, but it's what I'm thinking.
I guess we'll see.
We shall see.
Next up, same date, August 13th from Via Vision, Young at Heart from 1954 with Doris Day and Frank Sinatra. Mm-hmm. The special feature is a trailer. Next, The Great Lillian Hall from 2024 also gets a Blue from Via Vision on the same day, August 13th. This is a worldwide first on Blu-ray. This is with Jessica Lange, Kathy Bates, Lily Robb, Jesse Williams, and Pierce Brosnan. I had heard this one was pretty good. Mm-hmm. I've not been able to see this one. Hell of a cast, obviously, but not heard much else about it.
Artwork's not final, and yet I like the artwork.
Yeah, it's not a bad poster. Colton says The Damned was great, visually stunning, snowy scenes in a narrative I hadn't seen before. I love me some snow scenes.
The problem with those movies is when they get listed on AMC is that here in New York, it's the only place they show them, and they did it with the Shrouds as well, which is very weird, is the Times Square AMC. And that is like the last place I will want to go to see a movie if I have to.
Yeah.
Like, it's just my least favorite AMC in the city, and they always do those limited run horror movies, and it's always at the Times Square one.
Yep, that checks out entirely.
Mm-hmm.
Ronnie says this is supposed to be a great movie, and that's what I've heard. Next up is the one that I'm most excited from this list. August 20th is the only one with a different release date. Jim Henson's The Storyteller, the complete collection, getting a Blu-ray. This is, as far as I know, at least the first time on Blu-ray anywhere. I don't know why they didn't tout that, because ViaVision usually does. This is the anthology series with the Henson's Creature Shop involved. This has all, I guess it does say on Blu-ray for the first time worldwide. It's got all 9 of the stories from the original run, plus the 4 Tales from the Greek Myth sequel series. I have to have this. That being said, I'm pretty sure Shout Factory will probably be releasing this in the U.S. here soon. So
I was going to say them or Kino.
Well, Shout already has the deal with the Labyrinth and other put out. So I think they and some stuff.
I feel like, again, crap on Shout, but I feel like it will be one of those like afterthought releases.
Could be.
It's like their TV DVD thing. It's just like, there you go. There you go.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Last Voyage of the Demeter. Anyone need a lenticular steelbook? Anyone?
I wish they did lenticular steelbooks. They haven't.
Last Voyage. Anyone here for the last Voyage?
Last from ViaVision, another worldwide first on Blu-ray, The Rat Race from 1960, coming on August 13th as well. This is a Tony Curtis, Debbie Reynolds film. I gotta say, and I think I said this last week as well, but Imprint and ViaVision, them putting out worldwide first on Blu, it's always impressive. It's always something that I have to commend them for.
Can I ask you a question? This is not. I'm not trying to take you down. I'm trying to like a genuine. It's 6 Mike Barry.
I'm still echoing through your computer.
So everyone else is hearing the echo?
Yeah.
Shit. Well, what am I? Okay. Does that work at all? Be able to still hear the echo?
Well, right before that, it had stopped for a second. It's come in and out a few times tonight.
Well, then just lower your voice, man.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Just do this.
So what are you putting me down for? Go ahead.
No, I'm not putting you. Well, because we have discussion. You don't really have a lot of love for Kino, and like Kino does put out a lot of stuff that has never gotten much attention. And I feel like
I would push back there. I would say Kino is the one that is wiping up the sludge that doesn't sell well overseas, and they also release it on Blu-ray after other companies.
But there's some stuff that they have put out where it's like this.
Oh, for sure. The hard part is Kino also does a very bad job with encoding. Most of Kino's 4Ks have been atrocious, and pretty much any other company I would prefer to handle a disc release.
And Imprint, you think has better encoding?
Imprint, yeah, most of the time, yeah.
For me, it works. Again, I watch things on a much smaller television, so I'm not as like I'm just watching it. I don't encodes. Unless it's literally just dog shit, I will be like,
I understand.
Yeah, good.
I got to be honest, as somebody that has in the last year started doing QC for some of the labels, my mindset has changed entirely. Encoding used to not be a thing, and now I see something, I'm like, oh fuck, this is real bad.
I mean, I get your qualms with like them like gobbling up all the stuff, but at the same time, in a time when we will be talking, I guess, at some point about like the cost of movies and stuff like that.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Their sales are just like you just cannot beat this thing of like I show up with a box of this, and it's like, my God.
Here is local celebrity Mr. John DeMarsico, who's gotten all of the followers in the world after doing a national Mets game the other day that took off, and people loved him. So thanks for showing up for a little bit there, John. I'm literally looking at a wall of Kinos right now. I inherently love Kino for many, many reasons, but at the same time, if anybody else could do what they're doing at the same price, they would do the discs better, and I would appreciate those a little bit more. I adore Kino for what they release, not for how they release it.
But as far as, I mean, like I look at reviews and I see something like Misery, and Misery gets like top-notch reviews about how much better it is than the Blu-ray. So it's like they're not complete, but then everyone loves to default to the Silence of the Lambs issue.
Well, that and reviews. Most of the people that are doing reviews don't know shit about tech.
But I mean, this was like DVD Beavers, and he know I'm actually seeing the image cat, and I'm like, oh, that is a definite, improvement. So
I agree. Yeah.
sometimes it's like, that's not so great. And then other times it's like, okay.
Yeah.
Not too bad. Not too bad, Ryan. Not too bad.
I understand for the most part.
Again, I'm not trying to pay you, but because we've had this discussion in the past, I wanted to see where you come from, like where the two.
The reason why I praise Imprint and Via Vision primarily for like first time on blue stuff is because it is literally the majority of their titles. For Kino, it's like 20%. It's the first time on blue.
I think it's also because I always see a lot of those titles going from Imprint to eventually Kino, so I kind of put them in the same lane of like, yeah. And sometimes while they might have the better encode, sometimes we get a 4K or we get an actual restoration from Kino. Somehow. Well,
and undoubtedly, a 4K box from Imprint of Convoy that literally cost $100 to a 4K of Convoy that's going to have all of the same bonus features and a new commentary and slightly less good encode for $24. Yeah, I can see why you choose Kinos over Imprint literally 100% of the time.
24 regular times of the year, $17.99 on sale. That's hard to say no to.
I agree there. Hey, let's go through some Discotech.
They didn't give you the special features, though. I will say that.
They wanted to. That wasn't Kino's fault. Discotech has detailed all of their July releases. If you want to look up special features, we talked about all these previously, but wanted to shout out all of these releasing on Blu-ray July 29th. We get Terrifying Girls High School Delinquent Convulsion Group. Definitely need to get that one. This is not in order. Kamen Rider X, the complete TV series. Highlander, the complete animated series. Party 7. Super Rescue Soul Brain, complete TV series. Deer's complete collection. Terrifying Girls High School. Lynch Law Classroom. Robo Geisha. Osamatsu-kun, and Vivid Strike, all coming from Discotech in 1 month.
6 or 7 years ago, I said to my friend Harry, I said, I'm so happy I'm not a Vinegar Syndrome fan. Because I'd go so broke because they put so many things out and it looks enticing, but I don't get it. And then I got hooked on Vinegar Syndrome.
Yep.
I never looked back. Thank God I don't watch anime or I don't.
Anime releases are crazy expensive.
It's like Christopher Lee fans times 1,000. Like you're done. You're done.
Anime will be like $50 for part 1 of season 6 box set.
Part 1, volume 2.
It is real bad.
Between that and martial arts films, it's like, thank goodness I'm not broke. I'd be broke.
Next up, TerraVision is having their annual international free shipping sale. So right now you are able to get free shipping in the U.S. if you spend over $99 and use code USA. Canada, $149 and use the code Canada. And rest of the world, $199 USD and use the code ROW for rest of world. The other thing is that if you have something on pre-order, they can include that with your sale purchases as long as you hit the threshold for the free shipping there. And they're almost done shipping Dance or Die, Enter the Panther, and Gushing Prayer. They're about to get Suddenly in the Dark and the Shoestring Slashers box set. Those should be hopefully in hand in the next week and get those shipped out to everybody.
So I'm not familiar. Do they normally not have free shipping at all?
Correct.
Okay. What is shipping normally?
It is calculated based on where you are and the weight. So it's very fair. It is exactly what it has to be. But for a TerraVision to do free shipping for the entire world, that's pretty damn cool.
No, absolutely.
Love that they're doing it. And they also put together a handful of like grab bag mystery boxes. So you can get like 3 titles for super cheap. It's like $35 or something. So
once again, I did not do my due diligence. When I clicked on the link, I was like, oh, sale. And I was like, these aren't on sale. And I said, oh, free shipping. Got it. Yeah. Got it. All right.
Next up, this isn't controversial at all. June 30th, Dogwoof over in the UK releasing Riefenstahl from 2024. This is a captivating insight into the private estate of Leni Riefenstahl, who became world famous with her Nazi propaganda film Triumph of the Will, but kept denying any closer ties to the regime.
Oh, you want me to comment on this?
Why not? Go ahead, Dan.
Well, here's the thing. I gotta say, of all the things that the person who makes these well-known movies about the Nazis is a female filmmaker. I mean,
the only thing I'll say,
the
only thing I'll say that's positive is I like the cover art being a compilation of smaller images.
Yeah, no, it's again. Look, a broken clock is right twice a day. We can say like people watch Birth of a Nation and say, look what this did. Triumph of the Will is you can buy it on Synapse. It's a film that people talk about and make reference to. Do I, when I have this stuff not full of Nazis, I'm not gonna take my time to watch Nazis, but it is still something that is, people watch documentaries about serial killers not because people are like supporting the serial killer, it's because they want to, learn something about it.
A lot of white women love true crime. That's all I'm going to say.
Did you say white women love true crime?
Yeah, I said a lot of white women love true crime.
You want to take it from here? I'm not gonna.
It was a joke. Sorry, Karen. I'm just kidding.
Did you call me Karen?
I was waiting for you to respond to the white woman thing. Yes. Hey, let's go to the next one. What a way to follow this up.
No comment at all from you. You just left it to me.
How do we go from Nazis to white women to Vincent Gallo?
Look, if Will was here, he'd be going. He's like, well, the thing about the Nazis are, and he'd be like going full screen.
Anyways,
your favorite movie, Trouble Every Day.
August 18th, Eureka is releasing Trouble Every Day in a 4K and Blu-ray combo pack, or a Blu-ray by itself without the box and the booklet. The other big thing that everybody should know about this... Edition. What?
It's called the Go Fuck Yourself edition.
On top of that,
you're getting shit.
It's strictly limited. So if you don't get the first releasing, you are not getting this release. This is going to have a limited edition 60-page collector's book with new writing on it by Anna Bogodskaya, Amy C. Chambers, and Laura Mee, with an introduction by Peter Sloan. There is going to be the original French soundtrack and optional English subtitles that are newly revised for this release. New commentary with horse scholar Lindsay Hallam. New interview with new French extremity expert Alice Haylett-Bryan. New visual essay by Virgin Salavi on Trouble Every Day as a vampire film. And that's it. I don't love this movie, though.
I have not yet seen it. It looked interesting, which is why I bought it from OCN. I'm assuming that this is just the same thing that they had, except it's been up to 4K.
The extras are different, obviously, since they're new. But
right. I like the director. Vincent Gallo is a walking piece of shit, but.
Jack, don't remind me. This was one of the Patreon watch-along films.
I heard. And then you are like, come on to the Discord, Dan. I'm like, no. I hear what you guys do. I hear what you're doing.
Speaking of that, the Patreon watch-along for May. Patreon watch-along for May is this weekend. If you join the Patreon, you can watch Sunday night. You can also vote in the poll for what we're going to watch before that comes up. So come check it out. All right. Deaf Crocodile had all kinds of stuff happening today. The first thing is you can go to their brand new website. It's been revised. They are under a new host. It's a wonderful new website. Really happy with it. Helped test some of the stuff before it went live, and I think it's really great. But the big surprise is the Alexander Patushko Fantastica box set is currently live on their website. You can get the 4 films that were previously released when they were with OCN. You've got Ilya Muromets, Sampo, The Tale of Sarsal 10, and Ruslan and Ludmila. They come in the new cases that they're using, the Criterion style. And they will all come in this box, and it's a really great design on the outside. I really like this. It's pretty inexpensive for what you're getting for it, and I love these movies. These are really great.
It looks like an RPG set.
I could see that.
Like a Dungeons and Dragons roleplay, like there's dice in there. And
yeah, I could see that.
Magic the Gathering Deluxe set.
This was supposed to have 2 pictures and only one uploaded, darn it. Yeah, it's a good release. I think you should check it out. The other thing is the brand new U.S. domestic only subscriptions went live today. Those are live from May 15th through the 31st. It is $325 for the July and 6-month on releases. All of those releases are visible. You know what they're going to be. But the other big thing that's exciting is they also have memberships. These are not going to be timed, so you don't have to be in the next 16 days. If you are out of money or anything like that, you can wait until you've saved up to be able to do this. And their memberships are a crazy great deal. You can spend as little as, I think it's $300 to get a membership, and as much as $1,000. You get crazy site discounts. You get exclusive items. You get access to their new Discord. You get
rewards.
You get all kinds of stuff. Pins. Love what they're doing with stuff like this, and you should check it out.
This Craig's cat's like sprawled out on a pillow, like sexy Polaroids of his cats,
and a calendar of all of them. Yes, please. That would be great.
Do that and start signing them like it's them. It's like, here you go.
The cats of Deaf Crocodile.
Exactly.
Silent Manimal says, if I already have the previous set, is it worth getting? I mean, fiscally, no. It's the exact same disc. You're not getting anything new on the disc content. It is a different box. It is going to be different cases. Some other people really want those old school slipcovers that they got through OCN, so you might be able to flip those for some money.
Silent, you need to buy it.
Anyways, yeah, it's probably not worth it. But I know that box from previously went out of print really quickly, and this is the chance for people to get it. The price is pretty fair, and yeah, check it out. I'm just watching you nod for 20 seconds. The other big thing, they announced in their newsletter today that tariffs have finally come for Deaf Crocodile. The stuff that they are getting in, they're raising, when they've been charged tariffs, they're raising the items by $2. But at the same time, they just lowered their prices by $2. So on the end user side, everything is the same. But that also means when the tariffs go away, they're going to be even cheaper. So right now, I believe the standard editions are $21.95, and when the tariffs go away, because everybody realizes they were a terrible idea to begin with, they will go down to $19.95, and that's pretty exciting. So
I love your positive outlook.
When democracy ends, something has to go away.
You, Ryan, just.
Hey, my laptops were rescued.
What does naivete taste like?
Tonight, blueberry pomegranate. That is Deaf Crocodile. They're also they announced that they are working on international subscriptions before. They can't really do international subscriptions because they're not licensed to sell internationally. However, Jesse from Diabolic is working on international, and he's going to be doing quarterly bundles to save everybody on shipping. So if you want one of those bundles, I believe they're either up or are about to be up. So check out Diabolic DVD for those.
The most foreign films ever that we cannot sell overseas.
Yeah, if you're outside of the U.S. and Canada, Deaf Crocodile is not supposed to sell you stuff, unfortunately. Next up, Second Run DVD over in the UK is releasing Divine Love from 2019. This is from Gabriel Mascaro, the director of the award-winning Neon Bull and the Blue Trail. This sounds really good, but just like most Second Run DVD titles, I have never heard of it.
Also, the art, the cover, the way they lay, this is the DVD beaver of case layout. Like,
it looks like a Twitter marketing proposal from 2010.
It looks like someone just figured out how to like drag and drop on like the very first Photoshop, and it's just
they went to click save in Microsoft Word, and everything juddered out the wrong way.
Yeah, brackets, Divino, uppercase, Amore, lowercase, which I'm sure is proper, but still, it looks like someone forgot to capitalize Amore.
Right.
Like.
Mozart's quote says "fly lesbian seagull," and that is so perfect.
It is absolutely true.
So this sounds good, though. It says, in a dystopian vision of Brazil, a deeply religious woman who uses her position to, quote, save struggling couples from divorce.
Partridge Family.
Whilst waiting for a sign in recognition of her efforts, she is confronted with a crisis and a revelation that will either lead her to question everything she believes or bring her even closer to God.
Ronnie beat me to it. I was literally about to say gay Twitter. And they beat me to it.
Yep.
Yeah. One mind. Ronnie and I are always one mind.
Let's go to the next one because we're almost done. June 16th, we are getting Thunderbird Super Space Theater Volume 1. This is covering 1980 to 1982. This is the stop motion films that are cobbled together of some of the Thunderbird stuff that came out. This includes Thunderbirds the Machines, Thunderbirds Hero and Villains, 3 reproduction movie posters, a whole bunch of extras. They're doing all kinds of stuff, going all out. Go to... What are we doing?
I'm talking to Ronnie.
Got it.
You.
The brain. You can go to jerryanderson.com to pre-order this. They seem to be shipping worldwide, so check it out.
I love you, Ronnie. I love you. I don't know what I'd do if I ever lost you. If I just get another Ronnie, there'd be like a 15-minute period where I'd be inconsolable. Okay.
Finally, this week.
By the
Finally.
way, can we go back to that previous artwork?
Sure, if you really want.
But can we zoom in on the one on the left? The one the one of the Empire State Building. Yeah, that's all that's going to happen tomorrow. I looked at that today. I was just like, oh, that's just the news.
Yikes.
Anyway.
Finally, a fundraiser for the next release from Undercrank Productions that Ben Modell runs. We are getting The Cardboard Lover from 1928. This is a prescient film about physical media slipcovers starring Marion Davies. Obviously not about slipcovers. This is going to be a new 2K scan, and it will be done by the Library of Congress's Film Lab of their 35mm preservation negative. There will be digital stabilization, some visual essays. We've got Ben Modell doing a new score for the film on Theater Oregon. By being a backer, you get a pressed copy of the Blu-ray. All of the stuff that is sent out afterwards will be a BDR, unfortunately.
You'll suck.
Yeah, check it out. Undercrank Productions does incredible work, and Ben is fantastic at what he does. And yeah, this looks like a good release.
I feel like this is something like you could get like Scorsese to back it.
I totally forgot that tonight when we were talking about Lou Ferrigno, you wanted me to share something. You want me to share that?
At this point, does it make sense? I mean, you can go ahead. I don't know.
It does, because everybody's going to want to see it if I like tease it. But this is
yes, you're right. You're right. So
go ahead and explain what we're seeing.
The title. Okay, you have to go back. Okay, so when we had the Lou Ferrigno poster, I was going to say this is how much of a true Lou Ferrigno fan I was at 9 years old. I'm doing the Hulk pose. This is my Hulk pose, and I send this to Ryan, and to basically to cue it up for that thing, and he skipped it. Now he's going back to this.
I forgot it was there. I got to be honest.
That's 9-year-old Dan doing the Hulk pose.
Hey, let's talk about what's coming out next week.
Now.
We've got Jason X 4K from Arrow, Jason Goes to Hell 4K from Arrow as well, Knight's Tale 4K Steelbook, which is seemingly getting decent reviews. Blaxploitation Classics 4K box set from Shout. I still think it's hilarious that they changed the art from whatever it was to a purple blob and ran with it. The Soderbergh 4K of Presence is next week with Nail and I 4K from Criterion. Prophecy 4K from Kino. How to Get Ahead in Advertising Blu-ray only from Criterion. Iron Rose 4K from Indicator. The Rapacious Jailbreaker from Radiance. Batman Ninja 4K, Girls Without Shame 4K from Indicator, Law Abiding Citizen 4K Steelbook from Lionsgate. That is not a side exclusive.
Law Abiding Citizen does have one of the best kills I've ever. That really shocked me.
I've still not seen it.
You will actually love it. I really think you will love this movie.
Well, shoot. Oliver 4K from Sony Direct. Themrock from Radiance. Art on that one by Sam Smith as well. Proud Rebel from Classic Flicks. Lady of the Law from 88 Films. The Amorous Adventures of Mole Flanders from Kino. We've got Doctor Who The Savages from BBC. The Quiet Ones. Wonder Dogs from Kino. I've been looking forward to that one. That one sounds great. Any of these that you already got or are after?
Go back up to the top there if you could. You just went to the bottom.
Well, it's where I was when you said go back. I'm sorry.
I said go back to the top. Well, I will always to this day say I just cannot stand A Knight's Tale, and I know I get a lot of pushback on that. I do not like A Knight's Tale. Malfinders is worth buying from Kino at $10. Malfinders. Jason Goes to Hell, I do really like. I have a very funny. If you want to hear it, I have a very funny story about this movie. Do you want to hear
it? Go right ahead. When
90. You can put the thing back on.
No, it's okay.
You put it fine. 1993. Okay, so I'm 12 years old. My grandmother will pretty much take me to do anything I want. I love my mama, and she would take me to do anything. And I said I wanted to see Jason Goes to Hell. And in her mind, and she's probably in her mid-80s now. At the time, she's no longer with us. But she was thinking it was like Bela Lugosi's Dracula in her mind. And we go to this like little theater in New York on the east side, and we get maybe 30 minutes into this movie. So we have now, if anyone's ever seen Jason Goes to Hell, we make it through the camp tent scene. I have now sat with my grandmother through the camp tent sex scene. All the way through. So basically, yeah, it was, and it's only like it's the middle of the day. So there's like 3 or 4 of us in the theater. To where basically now the cop, this is not really a spoiler, but there's a cop strapped naked to a board, and the other guy is like sharpening his razor, and my mom goes, "We're out," and pulls me out of the theater. And as we're leaving the theater, there's a guy coming the opposite direction. She goes, "Do not go in that theater. Do not see this movie." It took me years to finally see the rest of the movie. Exactly. Yes, she really thought it was going to be like, he's like, oh, Dracula, Frankenstein, the Universal monsters. And again, so far this guy has chewed down on a black heart, and it didn't register. She's like, I love my bubala. I love my I'll do it. And she took me to see The Crow, and she really liked The Crow. She's like, I like that. But she later was telling my mom still tells the story, she goes, she felt so terrible. She thought she had warped your brain forever. She thought she traumatized you. She's like, oh my God, he's never going to be the same again.
That's, you lost all this innocence.
I know. I mean, at this point, so I'm 9 years old there. So, okay. Had I seen an R-rated film yet? When did RoboCop 2 come out?
Oh, God.
That was my first R-rated film. So maybe not too late after that. Maybe I saw...
RoboCop 2 is 90.
Yeah, so like a year or two late. Like, that was when I was watching those movies. My favorite thing to watch, I think I've already talked about I talked about it on KB's channel, that when I was younger... my grandma to watch Threesome. Oh, my God. Well, you know, a Baldwin and Lara Flynn Boyle. I understand that. What did I say? But when I was younger, the thing I wanted to watch more than anything was Michael Jackson's Thriller, and I assumed it was always on MTV. And I would sit in the dark and wait for it to come on. And my mom was like, "He's going to be a traumatized." She's like, "You don't want to watch Sesame Street?" I'm like, "No, Thriller." And I would watch those zombies coming out of the ground, dripping the blood, and I still to this day watch it. I'm like, this is just awesome. I just love it. It's
so great. Even the jump scare with the yellow eyes, like
that terrified me. I couldn't. Yeah. I had to look away from that one. But Vincent Price's laugh is still when he like I can't.
It's incredible. I genuinely am holding out hope that one day we actually get that on 4K disc.
And the behind the scenes making of and all that. And just put that again, John Landis. I mean, that's the problem.
Doesn't matter.
John Landis is the only problem with that. You know, everything else is fine. Yeah. Michael Jackson.
Kosher. Beyond belief.
Absolutely.
All right. So our conversation tonight, we are going to be over, your history. This is what now 4th or 5th Reconnected. And we've been doing some, this cannot only be the 3rd. No. I am going to prove that wrong.
You can go.
Let's see. May 30th, 2024, October 17th, 2024, January 16th, 2025, May 15th, 2024.
What were my subjects that I talked about? I don't remember.
I don't remember. This is the
remember
4th
at all.
This is the 4th.
There's the one where you bumped me for Brad. You scheduled 2 dates at the same time, and you totally Zach Morris to me, and like went for like another girl. There was that one.
That's not how it happened.
That.
Anyways,
Boss called me in on a Sunday. Anyway,
we've done some cool stuff like the sleepover games. Tonight, we are doing something super unique as well. We are doing the timeline of physical media. So why don't you go ahead and share with the crowd what we're covering tonight and how we're going to do this?
I mean, I can't really say what we're covering because then I'll be giving everything away.
Right.
Basically, top 10, you can pick any, it doesn't necessarily have to be top, but 10 milestone events in physical media, and that can be anywhere in the history of physical media, anything you want it to be. It can be funny. It can be, I mean, I didn't say this before, but it could be personally affecting, like it's just important for you. Yeah. Or because it's something that absolutely like solidified, everything for physical media. And again, it could be anything. It could be a person, a thing, a title, a
specific release. Yeah.
Anything. And I have mine listed in chronological order. What I messaged you the other night about is I said, hey, how about this? I'll give you the date and you'll give me the date, and we will have to try and guess first what the date signifies. Because I have some exact dates and then I just have years. And
I have exact dates, and then I have exact dates for almost everything except for a couple that I can only narrow down to months because I can't find a very specific date.
About to say month. I have years where it's like I had to correct it today because I got the wrong year.
Oh, wow.
And I was like, uh-oh, spaghetti-o. I got to fix this.
And so the other way that we're going to do it, and we're going to give everybody in the chat the time to be able to respond, and to keep it honest, try not to like open another tab and research while we say these things. We're going to say the date and discuss it for a moment to have the other one be able to guess what we're doing. Mm-hmm. And I guess to keep this, I don't know, fair, I guess is a weird word, but like organized, should one person do their entire timeline before the other? Or do you want to go back and forth?
I would, no, I don't. Yeah, I mean, we can do it either way, but I think if we go back and forth, it would be cool to see if there's a crisscross.
I have a feeling we're going to have some crossover.
Because the thing is, if I do my whole list, then it then somehow gives away your list.
Right.
And
okay, so let's go back and forth. Why don't you say your earliest date?
My earliest date is going to be 1976.
Okay, so I do know this one because it is essentially my first one. Okay, I'll list my first one at the same time.
Should we let them guess first before we think and then reveal? Because if you think you've got yours.
Yes, but I'm going to say my date as well. So my first one is kind of 2 in 1. I've got May 10th, 1975, and then also technically in Japan, April of 1976, and then later, I think it was October or November in the U.S. of 1976.
We might not have the same thing. We may not. This will be interesting. I'm going to let people guess first, but we will see. We give people a minute?
Maybe. So Gary's saying Betamax. Adam is shouting out the Norman J. Warren box set by Anchor Bay was big. First time I was blasted by extras. That's an interesting use of words, Adam. Ronnie says VHS ... something.
Ronnie, this brain thing. We got to see. Like, I feel like Ronnie and I are. This is gonna be like Fight Club, where like either Ronnie and I don't exist, and.
Right.
It's just the same. He's like, Dan, you've been messaging the board at the same time?
All right, Dan. What is 1976?
You call me Dan?
Yeah.
That's so weird. You never call me Dan. Anyway. All right, Dan. It's like Ninja Turtles, like, Dan. Paul's pretty close. Yeah, too. I mean, okay. So my date was 1976. As far as my research can go, I mean, not my first purchases. I wasn't even fucking born yet. But, Danny, yeah. No one calls me Danny, by the way. The only 2 people in the world that are allowed to call me. Actually, 3 people that are allowed to call me Danny. And they're not in this chat right now. Stan. 1970.
Don't read the description on today's video then. I typed out that I was joined. I was joined by old Danny Cibener, and then don't tell him I called him that.
City isn't that far away. All right, 1976. The first at-home VHS tape is made available in South Korea. Do you know what the title was?
I don't know the first one. No, I did not look that up.
It was The Young Teacher, which came out in 1972. And there's a little added asterisk to this. I was curious about, so I looked into it yesterday. Do you want to know what the irony is? Do you want to guess?
No, I don't know. Go ahead.
There is no newer release of this movie. There is no, at least maybe there's a Laserdisc, but there's no DVD, there's no Blu-ray, and there's certainly no 4K.
Brian will probably answer that he has the Laserdisc in just a minute.
I'm sure he does, but it's so funny that is like the first, and forget it.
So mine, I had said May 10th, 1975, and then I believe it was April of 76, and then later October of 76. So May 10th, 1975 is the first commercially available Betamax release for home video. And then April of 1976, I believe, was the first Japanese VHS for, like, they're actually releasing VHS for people to purchase. And then I think it was October or November, it was available in the U.S. finally.
But when we say like made to buy,
yes,
still
commercially available.
You're still leasing your home.
It's very expensive. Yes.
Do you know? Actually, I might be wrong, but I believe I heard this from someone from the movie. But do you remember the first, like, vilely, like, just affordable, like, you can just go in, impulse purchase, buy this VHS tape, like, no big deal. Like, oh, sure, $20, here you go.
Oh, I feel like it was Back to the Future. It was something big. Home Alone? Is that what you're... Okay. I couldn't remember what it was.
Then again, I do know
I feel like it was earlier than... I felt like it was an Indiana Jones movie or something.
When Batman came out, it was a big deal. And I remember you could buy it. Right? But for some reason, someone in the cast of Home Alone said it's like it was the first tape to just be like available in a store. You can just go pick it up.
Less than like $60, yeah.
Exactly. If you lost a VHS, for those in the chat who are too young to remember, if you lost a VHS tape from the video store, you were done. The mafia came after you. Like under the tape, it would show you what it was costing. Like the actual tape value was like $175. Like you better not lose this.
I love Adam said the same price I just said. He said VHS in the UK in the early 80s was £60 to buy. Jesus.
Ridiculous. I mean, it's...
So for our first pick, we both went for literally the birth of home video, at least. Not necessarily physical media, but...
yeah, I mean, you can go all the way back to physical. But what are we laughing at?
I'm laughing because Chris is getting me to break with something that he made me laugh so hard last night at 1 o'clock in the morning on the phone that I woke my wife up. And it is a reference to that. Thanks, Chris. You got me to break finally. Good job.
I don't know JQHD, but okay.
I'll just say it right here, and I hope that somebody sends him the clip because it's hilarious. I told him that I was finally working with Howard S. Berger on something, and Chris immediately said, "Oh, did he ever work with Johnny Q Hot Dog?" It's so funny.
Johnny Q Hot Dog.
I'm sorry.
I mean, like John Quigley, like Linnea Quigley's husband or something like that. I know.
Anyways, so yeah. We both went with the birth of home video. What is your second one?
Well, you go. I went first on this one, so you.
Okay. I'll go first. So my second one,
we'll do like a what do you call it? The
serpentine style. Yes.
Yeah.
December 1st, 1984 is.
Yes, we got the same thing. Yes.
December 1st, 1984.
Yes.
Any guesses for this? Obviously, we're looking about 9 years later after what we were just talking about from 75, 76.
Don't Google it.
Oh man,
There's no prizes involved, so don't feel like this isn't the Shelf Shock Rewind.
Well, I probably shouldn't, belabor it because somebody literally already said
even though
it.
Ryan is like selling off 400 movies, he's not going to give you anything.
Brian is saying next is first special features by Criterion on Laserdisc. So December 1st, 1984, Criterion released 2 titles, and the King Kong commentary is the first scene-specific audio commentary released on a home video release. December 1st, 1984. It was Laserdisc Spy number 2 for Criterion. Number 1 was Citizen Kane, and this is a huge deal in home video because for now, most of us, these are the reasons that these are, important and specific for us rather than, something other than having the film itself. It gives literally a supplemental feature to make the film more worth it. And when you're holding it at home, there's something there that is a big deal. So, to get King Kong on Laserdisc included with a commentary, that was a huge deal.
Well, pausing for a second, given that, where do you think Criterion now sits in the pantheon of physical media? Grandfather of special features, but now where they stand now?
Obviously, they're still, incredibly respected by a ton of people. In my mind, they are barely like top 7 or 8. If I'm ranking all of the labels in 2025.
And then what is that based on, in your opinion? Like, how do you come to that?
I go to that with literally everything from supplemental features to what they choose for encoding, for their restoration work, for their availability, for their prices, for their sales, for their extras, for their ability to innovate, for their packaging, for their reach nowadays. I've got, a lot of things that I love about Criterion still. I think that their prices are some of the best in the game. The fact that stuff is in print for ages, usually they get, probably 2 releases a year that for some reason are extra short compared to everything else. But for the most part, titles are available so much. They're also, ubiquitously available in so many stores all across the country. It's really hard to argue with that compared to most other labels. However, their choices on special features, their choices on upgrading, their being so late to the game on 4K, their inability to personally connect with people compared to many of the other labels is a big deal. I think their title choice is still stupendous. I've really got nothing against that. And I think that since they started doing 4K, they've done things very well for the most part. There's just a lot to be desired still. And when you start comparing them to labels that are putting out literally borderline trash films in a much better release, more respected for the filmmaker with tons more special features, it's hard to really discount that.
I hear what you're saying, and there was a time not too long ago where I probably would have agreed 100% with what you're saying. My one pushback to that kind of is that, one, I feel like, especially this year, first they did a big adjustment because obviously they got some rightful feedback about their variety, especially when it came to films that focus on people of color and queer cinema. I think they didn't have as much before, and now they're kind of like, yeah, we're still doing that, but now we're also going to give you the things that you've been wanting as far as big titles. So I do feel like there's a nice balance now as far as what people have come to Criterion to expect. Whereas the special features, if we're going to have a streaming network, I feel like Criterion does it best.
Oh, 100%.
And so they have taken the plethora of special features and gone, let's not put them here, let's put them here.
Yep.
Which I get, but at the same time, it feels like a slap to the face of the people that are buying the physical.
That have been there for decades with them.
Exactly. But you have to have... And again, it's like, well, you're not going to lose the subscribers to the streaming network if you put them on the physical, because they're still very much two different parties.
Yep.
So you could do both. So all those like little like interview roundtable things that they do, they could certainly put it out on there. The sales can't. I mean, the fact is, if it comes out the week after the sale starts, you're getting it for 50% off.
Yep.
That's really good because
Yep.
they don't have to do that. They could be like, we are the original, we are the best. You're paying us the money.
That being said, I do empathize with people like Diabolic DVD who pre-sales Criterion stuff, and then if they release in July, they're like, "Fuck you!" It was $35, and Criterion's got it on sale in store for $25, and people complain.
Yeah, and I mean, Kino has the same thing because like a Kino sale is like $17.99. It's like Barnes and Nobles is like $15. I think what was I going to say.
I'm really excited for our number 3 and beyond now because I feel like this is where we're going to start to in very different directions.
But what I will say, one more thing about Criterion is that no, I'm completely blanking out. But yeah, I think they still deserve credit in the sense that
for sure.
That's what I was going to say. Is that you have all of these newer, younger labels and groups that grew up on Criterion and were like, I'm going to do something different and more.
Oh, 100%.
We're getting like, Thong Girls, Beach Party 4 with a big, thick box because we had Criterion.
Or somebody like Fran at Radiance, who started with Arrow Academy and is now doing Radiance and is basically the new Criterion, essentially.
Exactly. The apprentice has now become the master.
Right.
And it feels like kind of like when Ready Player One came out, or any of these new, it's just like you've waited too long. It's like you needed to give this movie to someone who still had the nostalgia love.
I was so confused where that was going.
I know. I clarified that. Well, it's like I wanted to say like all directors at this point, like the ones that we grew up on, have kind of not so much gotten burned out, but it's like you only have a finite number of like, look, I've been doing it for a long time. I'm tired. Yep. You can't make the gems every single time. You're going to run out. Like even I love Stephen King, but not every book is like the greatest book in the world. Like look, he wrote a lot of books. But like Ready Player One's like, I guess I'll direct this. It's like, but I'm not going to put myself in the movie. It's like, but that's what people want. People want your stuff. The whole point when people fell in love with that book is it was all about Spielberg and the 80s and stuff. It's like, you should have gotten someone who still is like, I love this stuff. And not made it about the 90s. Anyway, yes, let's move on. So, my third date is 1992. I don't have an exact month or day.
Ooh, different. Interesting.
Yeah.
So now I have to guess.
You have to guess, and then the chat can guess for the minute. You can guess.
1992.
Yes.
This could be a handful of things.
This is a deep cut in terms of like what was prevalent to me as far as collecting physical media. Like it meant something to me.
The Burger King special edition where they sent VHS tapes home with the kids' meal. Well, that wasn't an insult. That was an actual option.
You saw that picture of me. You know I was going to McDonald's.
I'm still going to McDonald's. Ooh, that's a good guess. Disney VHS tapes.
I see where you're going. It's not those.
Thank you, Mozart's Ghost. Exactly.
I do remember it wasn't BK. It was Pizza Hut. Wasn't it Pizza Hut?
I believe Burger
X-Men.
King had TMNT.
Then Pizza Hut had X-Men, but it was like you went there and it's like you got to trade it in. You got to buy a couple episodes of X-Men.
Brandon, enjoy Santa Sangre. Love that film.
All right, friends. Take care, Brandon.
All right. What is 1992?
Anyone last guesses? 5, 4, 3, 2. Okay. 1992. The UK starts issuing letterboxed widescreen VHS tapes. Before then, it was always pan and scan. Because I remember growing up with Suncoast Video, where there was a special section for people like me who wanted letterbox. And they even cost more, and it was like they were all boarded differently.
They were special and
very boarded different. And some had like the little like wine screen. This is letterbox. just a heads up. It's like, careful, people, before you walk in here. This is even before like Blockbuster people had to start explaining to people like, what does Letterboxd mean?
Yeah.
And now Letterboxd is just an app. Yeah.
Something that goes down on a Thursday night and everybody complains about.
Do you want to take a guess as to some of the films that were the first to be released in the UK?
Ooh.
I say UK because they were the first region to do it.
Let's go with Wicker Man.
I was going to say, your safe bets are probably your best.
Okay.
So, Wicker Man's like, you got to go safe. What do you think?
Casablanca, Wizard of Oz.
You're close. You're closing. Yeah, you're close. This is 1992.
1990. Okay. Back to the Future. Indiana Jones. Yeah, Lawrence of Arabia. That's a great guess.
You are very close. You are so hot. You're under my armpits right now. Baby, I had all the rubber chicken McNuggets with the faces and the
Star Wars, Empire Strikes Back.
You got Star Wars trilogy.
Terminator 2. That's a good guess.
But I don't think that would have come out on VHS till 93. Because
much longer theatrical runs.
It was like a 10-month run.
Yep. Or if you're Titanic, it's 2.5 years.
And rightfully.
Yeah, good. This is a good pick. Completely understand the reason why. Yeah.
Well, first, I'll tell you this. It was first 2 Die Hard films, the Star Wars trilogy, and the Alien trilogy.
Wow. That last one is kind of an impressive pick.
Well, again, that might have been like, these were some of the first, because Alien 3, I think, came out in 91?
Jaws, that's a good guess.
Yeah, Jaws is big, like safe bets. Like, every time a format comes out now, these are the movies that people buy this thing.
Casablanca.
Yeah, it's Father's Day. Give them, Dirty Harry.
See, I was thinking like Ronnie was. I was totally expecting British films primarily.
Again, it's like the Brits were just like, we want what you have. It's so funny because I just watched an interview with Tom Cruise with BFI last night, where he talked about how when he started going over to the UK, like, they were not doing summer blockbusters in Europe because there's no air conditioning in the theaters, so no one's going to sit through these 2-hour movies in August. God. And he's like, well, why don't we just put some freaking air conditioner in there and we can send our movies over there? And he came up with the red carpet premiere. He's like, he would want to go to these like different countries and learn about cultures and what films they put out and how they put them out. And they're like, well, I don't have any time to do this because I'm making movies all the time. So he's like, well, why don't we do the worldwide premieres all around the world so I have a time where I can go there for work and walk around and see these places. So, yeah, so it was like, no one's putting out Mr. Bean on VHS. They're like, we watch that on the telly, we want what the Americans have. But it says about March 22nd, 1981. Oh, are you challenging me now, Christopher? Is that the...
Probably, yeah. He's asking on Facebook.
I won't hold it against you. They took out that E at my name. It's fine. Yeah. It's fine. It's fine.
Good pick.
March 22nd, 1981.
Okay, thanks.
Is it the end of Betamax?
Academy ratio movies. I don't have that memorized. Sorry.
Is it the end of Betamax? Did Betamax die?
I don't know.
I missed Christopher, please tell me.
All right, I'm going to go for my number 3.
Right, go. Yeah.
My number 3 is May of 1995. I can't find a very specific date, but May of 1995.
Past my date. My next date is before yours, but yes.
Interesting. So you got a very close one then.
So what? Okay, what was the date again?
May of 1995.
May 1990. Okay, so I'm 14 years old. I am 1995. All right, so we're talking like before that was before The Rock. So we're talking like Crimson Tide. 1995. I'm going to go with Blockbuster opens.
That is a good guess.
No, that would have been earlier. Because Blockbuster was around in 90. Because I remember when Batman came out, it was across the street. So yeah, no, they would have already been open. 1995.
And I'll also say after this one, mine, my next one is like more than a decade later.
Oh yeah, mine too jumps very
jumps a lot.
I'm gonna say, I don't think you would do something like Criterion's first DVD because it's like this. It's the same thing. I'm gonna say the Disney Vault gets created.
No, no, I that is funny, but no. This one,
Gary, we're gonna get to it. Don't worry.
This one is interesting. Gary's saying, did we skip DVD? I am sort of for this one kind of choosing a cheater where I'm like doing the transition period for DVD. May of 1995 is actually the founding of Anchor Bay Entertainment.
Oh, okay.
This is where we get Star Maker Entertainment and Handelman merging together to perform Anchor Bay Entertainment in May of 1995. All of like these smaller labels all came together to make this powerhouse of Anchor Bay Entertainment. And in the late 90s and into the 2000s, of course, is where they really entered their heyday. This is where we start getting the re-release, the abundance of like 12 Evil Dead covers showing up in Best Buy, and people literally going in and purchasing all of them because they were being turned into collectors. And Anchor Bay started that cult stuff a couple years after this May 1995, but it wasn't until this merger. And I'm so glad that he was here earlier. Danny from Australia, who's helping John with the documentary on Anchor Bay. I can't wait to see what they're able to share on that whole story, because it really is sort of a catalyst for this collector's culture that we have nowadays of physical media, where without Anchor Bay, first of all, we don't get Blue Underground, we don't get Severin, we don't get all of these people that were invested literally in some of the like most famous films of all time in the cult and underground side of things. Oh, Danny's still here. What's going on, Danny? Shout out Anchor Bay. Send me your doc when it's ready. I want to watch it, please. I cannot wait for it. But yeah, I think that this one, it was too big of a deal to not bring up, because without Anchor Bay in the late 90s and early 2000s, you don't get first off, like I said, many of the companies we have today, but you don't get this proliferation of major cult titles being in Circuit City, in Fry's Entertainment, in Best Buy, in like grocery stores, in showing up in people sharing things like the full collector's edition of all the hardbox Anchor Bay things, like the wooden Wicker Man set and everything else.
Oh my God, I remember.
Jesus, the doc is 5 hours at the moment. There's still 2 interviews to film. That's incredible.
That's like never again.
I know that Anchor Bay Entertainment in name only is back, but it's not anywhere near like what it was before. Now it's a completely different thing and all that, but literally Anchor Bay Entertainment as an entity deserves at least a mention on this because of what they did for physical media at the time.
I'm glad you bring that up, because I honestly did toy with like certain labels. Like, is there a label I can bring up other than Criterion that's going to be
right? And
it's just like we discussed how Criterion kind of gave way to the special features that now we have like these big box things. It's like, would you say that, because I was aware of Anchor Bay, but I didn't know it was called Anchor Bay. It was just, but I remember those editions being in Best Buy.
Yeah.
Would you say that Anchor Bay is the birth point of those people that were Criterion fans that went on to like give birth to this, like, hey, why don't we do something really special for Kung Fu? Why don't we do something really special for horror? Why don't we do something really special for schlock? And created this, like, these niche categories of like, we're going to do this and this, but only for this.
In a way, yes, but also in a way, no, because really Anchor Bay was like Criterion on acid. Like, they're doing the things that we're getting from like Indicator and Vinegar Syndrome nowadays, where there's tons of special features and brand new commissioned art with 7 different options and all that stuff, lenticular covers, whatever you could possibly do to get these things sold off the shelves. And these were $20 at the time, which was a lot more than $20 nowadays. And they would sell by the 500,000s in week 1, literally, for some of them.
You're like the William Castle of physical media.
Yeah.
It's, very much Severin. Because if you look at like the stuff like the light up eyes box is like very much a thing that you would have seen with Anchor Bay.
Yep. But yeah, Anchor Bay was.
Would have worked.
They were innovative. They were prolific. They put out tons of the titles. So many of the archival features that we're getting on releases nowadays are archival features from Anchor Bay titles.
Oh, the Dawn of the Dead set, the one that everyone, the blue, the purple and black thick box. That's Anchor Bay, right?
The
DVD edition that
it was red and black, but
it was red and black. Okay, yeah. Yes, the red and black. That one that everyone still is like, this is perfectly good.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's still the best release of the film in the U.S.
I remember that. I remember, I think the early days of going to Book Off and someone like having that on the shelf, and it was like, however much, $30-$40. Army of Darkness was my first. And it would not be your last purchase of Army of Darkness.
I keep pulling that down before you finish reading. I'm sorry. Blockbuster was 1985. Nice. Thanks, Mozart.
Blockbuster is one of those things where it's like when you find out that like Trader Joe's has been around since the 60s, and it just blows your mind. You're like, wait, what? All right, Taco Bell was like around like the 50s. It just didn't look like Taco Bell. Right. It just looked like a regular like taco place.
So I guess I got to do my number 4 now because we're doing back and forth. Is that how we're doing it?
Yes, go ahead. Oh, well, yes, go ahead.
So my number 4 is going to be way later than your next number 4. My number 4 is November 17th, 2006.
Oh, you've flown
way past you.
On the plaid.
November 17th, 2006. This was a big deal for me for sure.
Which one was it again? I'm sorry, I was reading KB's comment. What would you say?
November 17th, 2006. KB says, my first DVD was my wife's favorite movie, Wizard of Oz, to convince her why I bought the new player.
I think, okay. I think I know what it is based on one of mine. I don't want you to... Hold on. How about this? Let me do my 4th, because it comes before yours.
Okay.
Should we do that?
Sure, go ahead.
Because I feel like yours is possibly connected to my 5th one.
Probably.
Okay. So 1993 we don't have to spend much time on this, but this is just a fun little thing. The date is 1993. So if you want to take a stab in the dark, I have to pee so bad. I will give you 2 minutes to take a guess. 1993 is a very broad time. A lot came out in 93. I'm going to go pee.
Yes, it did. And now I feel like it's a title-specific thing to guess.
Yes, it is.
Of course. 1993. What is 93? And it's probably very specific to Mr. Cibener. Jurassic Park, I honestly would not surprise me, although that might even be 1994 for the first release of that because of how long it played theaters. Ooh, that could be Terminator 2. Sound-wise. First Blu-ray box set. You're still talking about November 17th, 2006. We'll talk about that one in just a second. 1993, though. That is a great question. And by the way, I don't think Chris ever answered. If anybody else has like pivotal moments that were bypassing things. Oh, Chris did answer. He said March 22nd of 81 was the day that CET was born. That is so specific. I did not know that at all. Cibener says he's peeing and texting me. Says it's a physical release. KB still loves all the THX intros. Absolutely. All right. I can't think of anything else that could be 1993. I took a couple extra notes, but nothing for 93. So it's got to be something maybe that means something more to him even. Huh. 1993, is that the first DVD? Because I know I bypassed that.
I'm coming. Any good guesses?
I just said maybe it's the first DVD thing, but that's probably not it.
No, it's a title specific.
93 when HMV opened up in Canada and US, because I believe I remember their opening sale getting Jurassic Park for 99 cents on VHS. Jesus.
I mean, I like that. That's cool. That's a fun fact to know. It's not that one, but yes, that's cool.
T2.
So
that's
far
what I
from
said.
T2. It's so far from T2. It's not even funny.
DVD is 99. Yeah, I thought it was later.
Okay, so we'll do a review. 1993. Criterion releases Sallow on Laserdisc. And later on DVD in 1998, giving birth to 1,000,001 online memes.
That's it? All right.
That's it. I told you, some are fun, some are good. You want everything to be like, like the president of Radiance was born.
It's funny. It's a good pick. All right, what's the next one? Are we bypassing mine? Or are we going back to 2006?
We're so neck and okay. I will tell you my next dates, and you tell me if you think that they're tied to yours.
Okay.
My next are two dates: April 18th, 2006, and June 20th, 2006.
They are related to my thing, but my thing is an answer to yours.
That I figured. That's why I was like, all right. So that bearing that in mind.
I love that I just described yours in full, and everybody's probably going to know it now.
Come on, people. Yes, come on. Let's get one. You can guess it, and then we'll let Ryan tell his date, and then I'll.
Yes, jumping all the way from 93 to 2006, and mine was a jump from 95 to 2006. So KB says Blu-ray beat HD DVD. Cibener, why don't you share your two dates and what they both mean?
So April 18th, 2006 is when HD DVD premiered. June 20th, 2006 is when Blu-ray premiered. It is starting the first and only format war that has ever existed, because every format has since come out and taken down the previous, but never has there been two formats at the same time vying for
that, theoretically very similar things that they're fighting for. Yes. And my pick was the same year, November 17th, 2006. This was the release date in the US of the PlayStation 3, which was the date that signified the end of HD DVD. By this point, multiple studios had already said they would stop releasing HD DVDs, and they would be moving over to Blu-ray only. Warner is the last one that held out, and that was, I think, their last HD DVD was like early 2008. Yeah.
Big date for me, the first two seasons set release. That's a good Ronnie. I like that. DVD, yeah.
VHS and Betamax definitely fought a format war.
They fought it, but Betamax had been out for a while.
Yes.
And then VHS came, like I said, like one is the bigger fish that took down the next one. Like Laserdisc took down VHS, and then like ripped, and then DVD did it. Yes.
Good job, Wave. Wave is the one that got the PS3 thing.
So because Xbox did play HD DVD, so they
had a separate HD DVD player. It was not built into the console itself. You had to pay for a separate drive.
My argument has always been, this is just my personal opinion, when it came out, is I looked at it and I said, well, this just looks cooler. The blue looks cooler than this ugly maroon. Even though and most people will say that the HD DVD actually looked better than the Blu-ray.
Yeah.
But I mean, you're calling this HD DVD, referring it to high def previous format, and now you're calling this thing a Blu-ray, which just sounds cool. And blue, as a lot of people know, is like the color that colleges will paint their classrooms blue to keep your attention.
And calm.
So blue just drives your attention right on the shelf. And yes, the PlayStation 3 and porn. Porn would not support HD DVD. As anyone who's seen Tropic Thunder knows this.
Yes, Brian is right. I believe there are about a dozen movies that are still unique to HD DVD that have not made the jump.
Never having had a Blu-ray.
Never having any other HD release, yes.
Oh, okay. I'd be curious. Do you know any of those titles? I'd be curious to know.
I don't remember them, but I did have the list at one point, and it should still be
project. They brought it up.
Yeah, Brian, I'm sure, has at least a couple that he knows.
My first DVD was Blade Runner.
So that was my number 4, and that was your number 5, right?
Yes.
So I should probably do my number 5?
Yes.
My number 5 is probably going to be a silly one for some people, but mine is going to be June 29th, 2009. June 29th, 2009.
Yours is ahead of mine, yes. So go ahead. Yeah. Sorry. What was this? I forgot we're getting.
June 29th, 2009.
June 29th, 2009. Okay, so now we're well into Blu-ray. HUD is done. Oh my god. We're past the idea of you bringing up mini discs.
This is not UMDs for PSP, no.
Yeah, no. That one that like would Mission Impossible itself, like once you watched it once, and it just erased. The disc just erased.
That would be hilarious.
No, I mean, that was a thing. It just never caught on. June 29th, 2009.
We got a winner. Ronnie says the start of Arrow.
Right.
June 29, 2009. Arrow Video in the UK releases Dario Argento's Sleepless, and then they also released Macabre, their second title, on the same day. I kind of see this as the first, like, Anchor Bay, not necessarily spin-off, but like inspiration copycat type of company to come up. Mm-hmm. And it really signified like, okay, here we go. We're about to get a whole bunch of them. And Arrow being around since 2009, I think, is something that a lot of people don't realize. Technically, Arrow Films has been around for even longer than that. They've been around for like 35 years, but they did theatrical distribution. This is their first home video thing.
How long has Kino been around?
Since like the 80s.
Yeah, I'm about to say, I mean, Kino's been a long
time. June 29, 2009, they put out their first 2 releases, and it really, brought more people to the fray. We've got Arrow starting up here, and we've got a competition finally. We've got people that are showing we can put more into these releases. Mm-hmm. You're going to want to put more into your releases. We're going to work hard to make these great. And that is when we get things like people leaving Anchor Bay to start Blue Underground. Mm-hmm. In the mid-2000s, we've got Severin coming out of the rubble of some of that. Synapse has been around since the early 90s. Okay. It's a completely different thing. They were a wild history. Mm-hmm. Synapse being there for so long was great, but I really think Arrow signified the start of like true competition in the label side of things.
Were the window cases their first ones?
Those were the first ones on Arrow Films, not on Arrow Video. Okay. Sleepless and Macabre were not window releases.
What did those look like?
They were I don't think they were slipcover. I think they were just regular DVD cases, if I remember right.
Because the window has always been the oldest Arrow I can think of.
These were Sleepless and Macabre, I believe, DVDs, not
Blu-rays. Okay, we're back in the DVD. So we skipped ahead and then we're back to Arrow.
Yes, because it really was the start of Arrow diving into the physical side of things.
So this was 2009. That's interesting that they would start with DVDs and not do both at the same time.
They started very quickly on Blu-ray shortly after that, but their first releases were DVD only.
See, it's interesting. That's funny because the fact that UK was the first to put out the widescreen, but they put out American films, and then Arrow puts out a DVD when the Blu-ray is like, oh, interesting. All right. That was an early window. Mm-hmm. I love the window. Honestly, if I find the window ones, I buy them just because
they're great releases,
I have where is it? Hold on, let's say, where's my Argento section? This, and I'm glad I bought it because I remember messaging you and it's like, hey, are they going to put out like a more advanced one? And you're like, no, it's not because Disney owns it.
Yep.
And I mean, for $25, I'll just take that price tag off there. And just the artwork inside, and there's so much in there, really like booklets and cards, and just like really.
It's Arrow. Yeah.
There's a poster in there. All right. Oh man. Damn show. God damn it. You take one thing out, the whole thing just goes to shit. Okay. Mine might be a little controversial, but it definitely has its place. January 2007. This is where, as we go ahead, you're going to have to broaden your mind as to far as the life of physical media and the things that affect physical media and the world at large. You really have to broaden like the direct impacts of stuff on physical media.
Was this the last VHS?
It's not. So, as a side question, do you know what the last DVD was?
No. Well, I mean, technically, they're still making them, but
Oh, sorry. Was it last VHS or last DVD? The last official. Yeah, the last official VHS. Do you know that one?
no, I don't.
I believe I'm getting this right. It's A History of Violence.
That would make sense.
Yeah.
Oh, is it Netflix DVD service?
No, it is Netflix premiere. You're close. It's very close. It's Netflix. So January 7th, Netflix premieres their Watch Now feature, which eventually gives way to the all streaming service. So this is really like someone presenting the plans for the Death Star. It's like this is how we're going to do it, and it's not based on. I really do believe it was never based on like, we're going to make it more convenient for people. We're going to take control.
Right.
You know, you will need to come to us for your drugs, and you must always come back. You cannot take it with you any longer. Because this was around the same time. If anyone remembers, if anyone's also a video game player, E3, Xbox was like, you must be online to play games. And you must log in, and you must do this, and you cannot share, and you must have the original disc. And then PlayStation was just like, hey, how about this? Go fuck yourself. And all you need is a disc here, and watch. This is how it works. And it was like the greatest. It was like Madonna and Elvis just got up on stage and started, do it. Just ran two random people there. But yeah, just people went back. You go back on YouTube and watch that E3 conference on PlayStation, people just lost their fuck. They were just ecstatic. You think they were, like it was Oprah being like, and you get a PlayStation, and you get a PlayStation, you get a PlayStation. Yeah. Or is it the top's been released on VHS at sell-through price? Okay. Nice, Gary. Thank you. I'm trying to make it easier done, so I guess it wasn't Home Alone. It's Top Gun. Tom Cruise. There you go. He does everything.
All right.
Yeah. So anything to say on that?
I mean, it's Netflix. I mean, we all know what to say here. It's it's still wild to me that
it's not the enemy. It's
Blockbuster had an opportunity to buy Netflix and passed on it.
Yeah.
In a way, pretty much all of this was inevitable. In a way, in a capitalistic, I need it and I need it now society, but. Man, it just set us up for a whole lot of failure.
Well, it's the same idea as the low tier movie and the blockbuster IP, and there's no room for the middle ground movies that come out. Most people, Disney Cars was the last one of them. Wow, Disney Cars. Well, this wasn't Cars 2. Yeah, so it's what was I going to say? What was I saying about it?
Inevitable. Netflix isn't the enemy.
It's not the enemy, but it's the the mid-tier movie and the high-tier movie. There's no middle-tier movie anymore. So you can have streaming. Again, we talked about this before with the Criterion taking the special features and putting them on their channel. Disney can put out whatever it is on physical. You're not losing your streaming customers. They don't give a fuck. Those people they're not us. You're just going to get our money still. But basically what they're saying is your money's not enough.
Yeah.
Like your money's just like, that's not worthy enough to us to make that stuff for you anymore. Even though it's like, we have enough of it. It's just not enough money.
What number was that on your list?
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That was my 6.
So that was your 6, and I think I'm jumping way ahead of yours because I really wanted to make the bottom half of mine pretty modern.
Mine was 2011.
My next one is 2016.
Jesus Christ, man.
My
what I think. Okay, go ahead.
Probably.
Yes.
My number 6 is Valentine's Day, 2016, February 14th, 2016.
What did you and the missus do?
In 2016? I don't remember. She wasn't the missus at that moment.
I would say, how old's your first son?
Or wait, I said 2016. She was the missus at that moment.
Yeah.
I was thinking of 2006 for some reason.
How old is your oldest?
I'm sorry. Yes, I already had a child in 2016.
I was about to say, that's 9 years ago. I was like,
Yeah, he was only a year old. So
okay.
It was not great. This is my last.
Right.
This is my last super obvious one, but this is the first glut of 4K discs that all came out in one day. And man, did we have a wild first batch! So we have Kingsman: The Secret Service, The Martian, Maze Runner: The Scorch Trials, Exodus: Gods and Kings, Fantastic Four, Wild, and Hitman Agent 47 are all the first 4K titles.
We're talking about Fan 4 Stick. We're talking about the
I believe it's Fan 4 Stick. Yeah.
Okay. I have Exodus. I found Exodus at a Goodwill, and I needed it because it was a Ridley Scott film. But I remember the controversy of that movie.
So I didn't, if you'll notice, I didn't do anything other than like the birth of physical media. I didn't do the first VHS, really. I didn't do the first DVD. I didn't really do the first Blu-ray. But this one, I still think this is going to be the pinnacle of physical media on home video stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see us going, technically there is an 8K format that exists that we already know what it's going to be. If they're that way, but I don't think they're going to be commercially available for home purchase ever.
I think it's going to be more about upscaling.
In a way, that or like we're going to do higher bitrate streams eventually, where we could do even higher.
Take fucking forever.
Yeah, but that's like what we're pushing to. It is an awful list of first 4K titles, but it gets us to where we are today in a world where we can get Tammy and the T-Rex in 4K. We can get pink films that are coming out in the highest definition ever imaginable. We're getting releases of Peck and Paw's 4K and competing releases from across the world. Mm-hmm. That is amazing. Adam, you say 3D 4K kidding. This is theoretically possible and something that people are already speculating will be happening eventually. So
I'm sure Cameron will, trust me, one of those avatars will eventually be 3D 4K. Don't you worry. He will make sure.
That was my number 6. It was my last obvious one. So I'll let you do 1 or 2 in a row so that we can get caught up.
Well, funny thing is, just going back to that side thing for a while, is that the first 4Ks, if you remember, the special features had to be on a second disc.
Yep.
And that's like a big step. I was like, why do I have, or like the special features are still just on the Blu-ray original studio disc and the 4Ks. And I was like, that's not an advantage. Now I got to replace the discs again. This is, I also want to, if you rewind a little bit to the PlayStation 3, if anyone ever got a PlayStation 3 at that time, back when it was the big boy, you got to choose 5 Blu-rays to add. Do you remember? Did you have a PS3?
I did have a PS3. I didn't have a launch day PS3. I got it later. I think my first one was the PS3 Slim. So
did you get the option of getting 5 Blu-rays?
No.
Do you know? I remember them, and I hold on.
I don't remember. I remember like a couple titles that friends got, but I don't remember any of mine.
Okay, let me see. I'm going to remember my 5. It was the Prestige, Swordfish, the Patriot.
Okay.
I want to say American Psycho, maybe, but I think maybe that would be a weird thing to offer.
Spider-Man 3 is probably one of the options.
I don't know if that was at the time. I don't know if they had R-rated films. I don't think you were allowed to option that.
American Psycho is definitely R-rated.
Yeah, no. So I'm thinking maybe it wasn't American Psycho. It was just an earlier Lionsgate title I bought. My other 5. I remember because they just started like the cases started wearing and decaying like on the spine after a while. I'll try and remember the other 2. I can't remember right now, but maybe it was. Yeah, I honestly cannot remember. I know those 3. Definitely those 3. My next title, You're so nice to announce. I can't. That's going to give it away. All right, my the date, the start date is March 24th, 2011.
The start date.
The significant date is March 24th, 2011. There's more to it, but it's March 24th, 2011 is the key date.
Well, now I'm confusing myself, I think. March 24th, 2011, the key date.
While you're doing that, I'm going to think of my other two titles I got from Sony.
Is this like the first release of the Lord of the Rings deluxe editions or something? No.
If you want a hint, it's me being a little bit of a taking the piss.
Okay, then I'm not going to get it. Got it.
Anyone else? I'm going to give some people a couple a minute to figure that out.
Hit me with the March 2011. Huh.
You want to know?
Yeah, I want to know. Hit me.
Oh, okay. Sorry. March 24th, 2011. Arrow issues its first replacement disc. It took a lot of research to figure this out.
This is really good. Oh, man, that is very funny.
You announced the beginning of their company. I'm like, it's the first time they had to fix something.
Oh,
now,
God.
I believe the first one was... I may have just completely blanked on which title it was. And there's more titles. These are the ones I could find.
Gary says March 2011, I ran my first marathon. What if that was your answer? Hey, that guy Gary in the chat that's usually there, I think he ran his first marathon that year.
What if that was just the date I picked? Was Gary ran his first marathon and Gary? What the fuck?
Man, first Arrow replacement disc was 2011.
For going forward, we've got 12 Monkeys, Awakening of the Beast in the Coffin Joe set, Donnie Darko, The Cell, The Beyond, The Way of the Dragon from the Golden Harvest set, Henry, Portrait of a Serial Killer, Demons 1 and 2, The Birth, The Crystal Plumage, Zombie Flesh Eaters, Theater of Blood, Shivers, and Incredible But True. Those are the ones I could find that had an official replacement program. There are other forums that are like, you fucked up and you never did anything about it. These are ones with official replacement programs that they're like, yeah, we fucked up.
There are many more. Donnie Darko, Coffin Joe, yeah.
Yeah. Well, Donnie Darko was, they definitely were like, we messed up on the sound or the color time. There are others where they're like, the aspect ratio is off, and they're like, fuck you, nerd. Like, you're getting 185 and that's it, so shut up.
Oh, man. That is a hilarious pick. Why don't you go ahead with your next one then?
Okay. May 17th, 2019.
Wow, that's a jump in time.
Yeah.
May 17th, 2019. I'm going to say... This feels like a Vinegar Syndrome thing. Is this the date you bought your first Vinegar Syndrome title?
Nothing in here is my personal that I
got it.
This is all official.
Ronnie says Second Sight starting.
Me, like I liked this, but it's not me personally doing it.
I think Second Sight actually started quite a bit earlier than 2019. Paul is guessing
label specific. I will give that hint. It is label specific.
Label specific.
Yes.
Oh. Is this for some reason I'm feeling like this is a Shout Factory thing?
You're so close. You're so close. It's like you're next door. It's like you're just walk across the lawn and just give a knock.
Well, now I'm confused. Dark Force?
Dark Force attends its first alt-right meeting.
Oh, is it the first VS 4K or something?
You're so close. Like you're literally like right there in the room. Just take a few steps. Closer.
No, VS subs have been around for quite some time, Adam.
You're so close. Everyone's so close. Everyone's just like bumping into one another, trying to like get into the room.
You know what's funny? It's in the past for both of us now, so I know that neither one of us are going to pick it.
Mm-hmm.
I almost put on the big Halloween box set when Scream Factory originally released it. It was a big deal. I was going to put the date there because they accidentally sent them. I think it was oldies.com was selling them for like $30, and they were supposed to be like $140 or something.
Wait, I missed that. Stan was saying how he's out of his depth. Sorry, what were you saying there?
The Halloween box set was originally sold much cheaper than it should be, and they sent out a bunch of them.
Oh.
Anyways,
wow, okay.
What is your pick here?
Well, I was going to say, before that, there was the Friday the 13th tin that was like, I remember that being at Best Buy, and it was like $40, and I just kept waiting and waiting. I should have just jumped on it. And we had to wait all that time when it was like $300 until that. How many copies have they made of the Scream Factory box set? Like 40 million copies? Okay.
May of 2019.
May 17th, 2019. Kino releases Hannibal.
Oh, the Best Buy Hannibal.
First boutique label 4K.
Okay. That makes sense.
The reason we're here tonight. They are the very first. Do you know who the second label to put out? I might get this wrong. It might have been Shout with the Deer Hunter. But if I'm not mistaken, do you know who the second company to put out 4K is? And boutique.
Are we sure that the Deer Hunter 4K is not second for sure?
It's not okay. Then I'm pretty sure I know what it is. I don't know the title. I know the label.
I don't know that one.
It's not what you think. It literally, you guys gotta, whatever you're thinking, turn around, go the opposite direction.
You know what? I feel like Shout actually did some 4Ks that were like the Air Force 4K or something like that. That was very early.
I don't know anything about that. Christopher, you might be right with the Pitch Black from Arrow, but I think there was one U.S. label before them that put something out, and I remember going, did not see them being the ones to do this.
Was it Blue Underground?
It is so not Blue Underground. It's like if Blue Underground is like the redheaded, like, bum child of the family, this is like the prim and proper, like, highly accomplished, like, hee, like, I'm the favorite.
I don't know this one.
Flicker Alley.
A UHD?
Mm-hmm.
Of what?
I do not remember the title. You can look at it if you want to Google it. I should have Googled it myself. But I remember them I was like, Flicker Alley's putting out a 4K? Of what? Like, what is it going to look like? And this was before we actually knew that, like, old films could look really, really good. But it was some, like, light through the tunnel.
They don't even have UHDs listed on their site.
It was, I do know it happened. I did not dream this up.
I don't think Flicker Alley has done a UHD at all.
Flicker Alley 4K.
I certainly don't remember them doing one in 2019. They did 4K restorations.
This was, they may have been canceled, but I remember this was a big, as far as I know, no company has released a silent film on the 4K report. I figured the ones like Nothing, Restoration, Foolish Wives, brand new 4K restoration. No, new arrivals from Flickr including their first 4K release. Hold on. Yeah, this is 6 years ago. New arrivals from Flickr Alley including their first 4K release. Flying Clipper?
It's just a 4K restoration.
Presented in, or the Golden Head? How does it look? According to the new arrivals including their...
It does say 4K UHD. You are correct. April 2nd, 2019. That's even earlier than what you're looking at.
Really? Oh, yeah, I guess you're right. Although Kino still holds claim that they are the first to put out a 4K.
Of course they do. Mozart says, "I believe him, yo."
Look, we were the first to put out the 4K, and look, if you didn't buy it, that's your own fucking problem. We're gonna put out no. We're not gonna do that.
All right, I'm going to go back in time for our next one before we go into all the 4K stuff.
Okay.
I'm going to say November 25th, 2016 is my number 7.
Thanks, Ryan. Wait,
November
25th,
2016.
November 25th, 2016. The election.
That's a little late in the month.
Is it?
It's the first Tuesday of the month.
Oh, okay. Oh,
That's the election.
I blocked all that shit out. 2016. Thanksgiving.
Paul says to do more Frank Tarzi impersonation.
Oh, I got to really listen to him to really get his intonation, but it's definitely someone you can impersonate. He's got a very distinct personality. First Viet.
So Ronnie says first Vinegar Syndrome Black Friday sale. No, they had that for years before then. Gary says something to do with the Black Friday sale. It is kind of something to do with the Black Friday sale.
I was thinking the same thing, but the Best Buy one was around forever.
Chris says PS4 came out. No PS4. First release of Orca on Blu-ray? No.
I'm going to say it's like the Target buy one, get one sale. No,
I miss the old Best Buy buy one or buy two, get one sales they did back then. Those were great.
One of the greatest moments of mine was when the Best Buy by me was 24 hours on Black Friday, and it was like the day before, and I would come in stuffed and drunk from Thanksgiving, and I would wander through and just because no one else wanted to do that at that point, and I was just picking up everything.
Everything's $7.
Slip. Oh yeah, I'll take that. Slip. Oh, go. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
November 25th, 2016. Speaking of what you just said, and everybody's going to laugh so hard at this, but this is the reason why we are here in 2025.
You started your show?
The state that we are in. November 25th, 2016 is the first Vinegar Syndrome slipcover is released.
Oh, and it's not what you think it is.
It is The Undertaker.
Interesting. That's the one with
Joe Spinell? It's the cutout.
Yeah. The transparent
coffin. Yeah. So this thing, it sets the craze off. Everybody sees it. And this first one, I think it was limited. It was limited to only 2,000 slips or 2,500, something like that. And they immediately started releasing most of their mainline titles with slipcovers. Peakorama came a little bit later. But yeah, everything that is everybody, dying to have everything with a slipcover all comes down to Vinegar Syndrome, November 25th, 2016.
The first shot across the bow.
It is the main one.
Which is, I think a lot of people would be misguided to think it was the was the Lost Films of Herschel Gordon Lewis, because it's the first, but it did not come with a slip, and they had a legacy slip that came out later.
Yep, they had quite a few titles that were released before The Undertaker that have since got slipcovers, but their first release was dated 2012 or 2013 or whatever. For years there were no slipcovers, and then 2016.
Behind you? Is it behind you, Ryan?
It is not. It is across the room.
Oh, okay.
So I guess I should probably do my number 8 since I'm eclipsing you in time, and I feel like this might be one very close to yours. This is going to sound very obvious, but I want you guys to think outside the box, okay? Because this is going to be a very specific date that you're going to be like, oh, this is a big deal. This is a month because it did not happen on a specific day.
That's a cardboard shout out. Yes, it did.
March 2020. March 2020.
March 2020.
And again, think a little bit further than what the obvious thing you're going to think of there is. Because we all did something very specifically in March of 2020.
Yeah. But I remember it was there was a very... It's so funny because it's not related to my next day, which is very close. March 13th, you said?
Just the month of March 2020.
Just the month of March 2020. Did the sales of physical media spike?
Yes, that is actually very close to this. So I picked March 2020 because at the end of March is when they started sending out the first U.S. stimulus checks of the pandemic.
And that soon?
It was March into April of 2020.
I could have sworn it was like August. I started getting okay.
So March of 2020 is when labels started seeing that people are staying at home, and based on that, sales of physical media literally started to spike in response to stimulus checks. People that were still able to continue working, and the stimulus check was just seen as like bonus money. Places like Vinegar Syndrome went, oh, we're not just selling 3,000 slips. This now is going to have 6,000 slips. Or our limited edition coming out from Mondo Macabro used to be 500. Now it's going to be 1,500. Right. We are seeing so many of people purchasing new, like home video systems, whether it be TVs or stereo systems to have proper sound system. People are saying, well, we're going to be stuck at home. Let's do it the right way and, entertain ourselves. And so the stimulus checks really brought on a wave of physical media that we really have not truly came back from. I mentioned the Halloween set from Scream Factory. During that first year of COVID in 2020, one of the Halloween sets that were the limited edition, none of the 4Ks had come out yet in 2020. During that time, and in my video on something else on the channel, I talk about this, one of them sold on eBay for $800.
The Halloween set?
A Halloween 15-disc collection at one point sold for $800 on eBay.
Not shocked at all.
Somebody took their exact stimulus check and put it in their bank account and said, you know what? I don't care how much it is. I'm buying the Halloween set right now.
I mean, again, it's Halloween. It's not like some random set sold. It's like, imagine if the Friday the 13th set was limited to like 1,000 copies, and that's what it was. Yeah, I'm not shocked at all by that. I mean, the original DVD of Sallow did sell on eBay, and it would be famously like someone paid them $300, and then would never want to watch it again, and then they would flip it, and then would just sell it off to someone else. It was like The Ring. It was like the Ring tape.
Oh, that's funny, Wave. That Halloween set tanked in value, but still worth decent money. Yeah, I mean, I run the Scream Factory group on Facebook, and it still can sell for like $250.
Yeah, the Friday the 13th tin you can now get for like 50, and that's weird that we're in that.
Adam is from the UK and is asking, what are stimulus checks? So during COVID, when the economy was tanking and people were not people weren't out at gas stations supporting like buying snack food and stuff, businesses were tanking. And so to get people to literally put money into the economy, the government sent out, I think it was for every adult, $600 for every person over 18 and like $300 for every child or something like that.
I think that's for people who had kids. I did not get, I don't remember getting $600. Maybe
one of them was $600 for adults.
I don't remember. I mean, look, I blanked a lot of that.
But essentially, it was.
But by the way, that time in my life was like I live alone, so I was like, the city was quiet, and I was like, I know how we got here. It's tragic, but I'm so like this.
God damn. Danny says in Australia, people were getting $750 a week. Although that's $750 Australian, that's like $14 here.
But we also got 3 checks.
We did get 3 checks.
We got 3 checks.
If Australia's getting them every week, I mean, it seems like they made out.
Yeah. No, I mean, it was not something I noticed until later when people made mention of the fact that was when physical media really came back. Because for me, I had already been collecting physical media.
Same.
When I was like in the middle, I remember I was in the middle of rehearsal when everything was like slowly shutting down, and I was like in the middle of like a sale. I was like, ooh, a sale. So it's like, it was always on my mind. GTA 6 is really, because it will be, until a year later, it causes people to buy PlayStation, Xbox console, many of which included 4K. 4K, boom. It's very possible. If they start putting in a 4K, whatever Sony puts out, that's like a big to-do movie, and they put the 4K disc on there in a bundle pack, it's very possible.
It is possible.
People are already, when I go to Book Off, there's a lot of young people.
Yep.
Granted, it's like a lot of his manga now, so that brings in the younger people, the younger crowd. But they're down there, and there's like, these like little 14, 15, 16-year-old bros who are like, I scowl at because I'm an old man shaking his fist at a cloud. But I'm also warm-hearted by the fact that they're looking at it, but they're talking about like, oh no, see, this one's good. But I was like, I know, that was me. I know I did that in Blockbuster, but now I don't like you.
Right.
And so, but then it's like, I go to a Housing Works, I go to a thrift store, and there's like a little kid like going up to the DVDs and like pulling one off. And that's the thing of all the things, they go to that, and their moms, and I want to like lean over and be like, you should get him that one.
Yeah.
Get him started early. You should, you know what? So yeah, I mean, there's just like vinyl. Did I send you the link about tapes, cassette tapes? There was a news thing where cassette tapes are making a comeback.
Not
and
sure.
all the young people are like, I love my physical media. And she's like clicking the case up, open, shut. She's like, I just feel a connection with them. And I have all my cassette singles here. And I have all I'm like, wow, cassette singles. Okay. And it's like, people are really all about it. And now it's like new artists are putting stuff out on cassette. I'm like, I don't know if we need cassettes, but they're cool. They're little tiny things. You can collect a lot of them, but again, all the kids just push back and say, I don't like the thing I was given, and I want the thing that my parents had, and that's what all the hipsters.
Next one for you?
Oh, sorry, yes. So I have 3 dates, and this may help you, but I'm going to give it to June 30th, 2020, May 31st, 2023, and July 2nd, 2023.
2 in 2023 and 1 in 2020. Was that the first one?
June 30th, 2020 is the first.
God, that's a good one. 3 dates.
Mm-hmm. I wish I could have provided more. I don't wish I could have provided more, but
all right, we're not getting any guesses.
No, come on, people. It's literally like 2 years ago.
I'm trying to think what there would be 3 of to be attached.
Mm-hmm. We need a hint.
I feel like a hint would be helpful here.
All 3 are related in terms of what they represent.
Ronnie.
Ronnie, well then slap yourself across the face and wake up. Does that have anything to do with something being delayed or replaced? No, Gary. We are still getting those replacement discs, but I am not going to, take this out of them anymore.
2020 and 2 in 2023. The last 3 Scream Factory box sets.
Yeah.
Okay, I got nothing.
These are not these are significant dates. These are not dates we want to celebrate.
Labels announcing they're shuttering? Olive Films closing down?
The first is not Olive. So June 30th, 2020.
Who have we got like official announcements are closing down?
This is the according to my research, this is the official
last release date.
Operation shutdown. They officially shut down their system, like we are done.
Twilight Time?
Yes. Yeah.
Twilight Time, one of them Olive?
Olive is July 2nd, 2023, yes.
And then the other one,
May 31st, 2023 is, you're going to have to do a little bit more thinking for that one. That one's not as...
Is this the one that did all Westerns that I never remember the name of?
Maybe, but no, they didn't do all Westerns, because I have a couple of their stuff and it's not all Westerns.
Dang, this is a good question. Is it Network?
Yes. Yep.
Wow.
Yeah.
This is a good one.
Yep. So, yeah, the first Twilight Time And it was also, again, we talked about the pandemic with the stimulus checks, but then there's also the companies that are like, we're done.
Yep.
We're done.
They had to cease operations, yeah.
Which is crazy because Twilight Time, when I first started getting into boutiques, was like, you can't have that.
Yeah.
Those were beyond, like, no, you can't afford Twilight Time. And it was like, when you saw that little across the top, that was like, no.
And what's crazy, like Twilight Times, everybody that has looked back on them has been a little bit jaded because of that, because they've all seemed so expensive. But in all reality, each of their releases did like 2,000 copies or 1,500 copies for the limited edition. And for many titles, they were around for years. They didn't sell all that well. And then they did a very popular title, and it would sell out in like 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And that was always the yo-yo of Twilight Time. Pissed a lot of people off.
But also because, like, when it was done, it was done. There was none of this, like, grindhouse, like, it's limited. Oh, just the eyeball. No. Mozart's Ghost still here? Yeah, it is. So Mozart's Ghost, I first encountered Mozart's Ghost on the 4K Kings YouTube channel. Not to do a neighboring channel there. But one of them made a very funny joke about how, like, when Twilight Time would run out, they, like, destroyed the negative. Like, you could never again even have this movie. And it was like they would, like, erase it from history.
So Chris missed the date. Which one was July 2nd, 2023?
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so June 30th, 2020, Twilight Time goes out of business. May 31st, 2023, Network Distributing goes out of business. And July 2nd, 2023, Olive Films goes out of business. Now, I did not include Code Red and Scorpion because obviously those were for different reasons. But they did also happen at the same time. But yeah, Network was, like, really sad because it's like they were the little engine that could.
They also, like, had just started doing some of their best things, like the Monty Python box set that everybody got from them. That, granted, was kind of a giant failure because it got really popular worldwide, and the box set showed up ruined to most people's homes. But then they made good on it, and we're sending out replacement boxes to everybody.
I was going to include the crushed Golden Harvest set from Arrow. I was talking about the replacement disc, but then they didn't replace those.
No, they did not.
It didn't go. Where is it? Because I have my where is it? They put out. Hold up a second.
They put out a really great release of The Woman in Black, the original movie, and that was one of my favorite releases from Network. 2
Hitchcocks that have not had, to my knowledge.
Sabotage has come out elsewhere.
Oh, Sabotage has, but Young and Innocent, I don't think has. So they did really some good. I've got at least 10 titles from them, and yeah, it's just really sad. And Olive quality was never great.
Maybe Sabotage hasn't. The one I was thinking of was the Harold Young film Sabotage that came out from Olive.
Not the Schwarzenegger one from the director of Suicide Squad?
No.
Yeah. Which has a very funny scene, by the way. That has a very... Have you ever seen Sabotage? There's a clip, I'll send it to you later, of Schwarzenegger going off on these two guys in an interrogation, and it is... My friend's a huge, huge Schwarzenegger fan. We all saw them in the theater, and he was like bouncing in his seat. He was so happy because it was classic Schwarzenegger just going off on these guys.
How many do you have left? So I want to make sure.
I have one more after this, but okay. I Twilight Time again. You look at something like at that time, like you had Fright Night. That thing was like $150 on eBay.
Like 2 weeks after release date.
Yes, and then or something like The Blob. I think The Blob was them, right? Too. Body Double.
I think it was them. Or maybe that was Olive.
No.
I don't know.
No, you're right. Yeah. Body Double, Christine. I think Christine was also...
No, it was Twilight Time. You're right.
Right, Tom?
And that one was limited to 5,000.
It's just, these were like, you could not get them. Like, forget about it.
Yeah.
KB, I'm sure you can get on eBay. I still see it for pretty affordable prices. Yeah, it's like no one can understand like how these were just like it was like, and it didn't even have to be a great film.
Nope.
And people still think actually to this day that it's like all Twilight Times are like $100 on eBay. They're not. There's some
that are like $7 because they were so prolific. People don't
famously,
care.
Yeah. Hamilton Book famously had a Twilight Time sale where like everything was like $7, and I went fucking berserk. In fact, Twilight Time, I think in their going out of business, had a massive blowout sale.
They did. The only Twilight Time titles I own were all in that sale that I got for $8 or less, literally.
And I regret not buying more.
And I can share specifically which ones I have.
I can tell you specifically which ones are.
Because I don't have that many, which I definitely missed out on some titles from Twilight Time that I wanted. But again, the ones that I wanted were frequently the ones that were expensive pretty much on day one.
And again, we should say also, in case no one remember, not everybody remembers, Screen Archives had a Twilight Time sale. But it was still, first off, we talk about bad websites.
Screen Archives is awful.
One of the that's the DVD beaver. You're doing great work, but that thing is ridiculous. You can't even read the text; it's so small. Like, oh my god!
I own 3 Twilight Time titles, and they are Snake in the Eagle Shadow and Drunken Master, 8 Heads in a Duffel Bag.
8 Heads in a Duffel Bag.
And the Boston Strangler, which, funny enough, I don't think this is giving anything away, just did a visual essay where we covered the Boston Strangler for a good 5 or 6 minutes.
Oh. Well, find out. I also got the Boston Strangler from that sale, and I remember someone, like, not cursing up, but like jokingly getting angry and like, oh, you got my copy of the Boston Strangler because it sold out so fast.
Right.
Some of my most prized Twilight Times that I didn't get from that sale, but I got, I found for $20 once it was U-Turn. Still hard to find.
Very expensive. To
complete my Oliver Stone set, and Heaven and Earth.
That was a pricey one too.
And I woke up I had it on eBay on a bid, and I woke up at like 5 a.m. to when it was going to end, and surprisingly, whoever listed it just didn't list it properly that anyone could find it, and I was the only bid, and I got it for like $18. It was crazy. But that sale, I got Husbands and Wives, Manhattan Murder Mystery, Next Stop Greenwich Village. I got...
which just finally got another Blu-ray years later.
Yes. We need more Mazursky. Talk Radio. Black Widow. Not the Disney. Not the Marvel.
Twilight Time limited to 3,000.
Yeah, exactly. And then I got... these are all ones I got randomly at other times. And Appassionata? I'm going to butcher that name, but Appassionata. Maybe I got Romeo is Bleeding?
That's what I wanted to. Missed out on that one.
Well, now you can get it. And now you can... I think someone else put it out by now, right?
I'm not
I
sure.
think... Yes, I do recall someone... It might have been Imprint, but someone definitely has put out Romeo's Bleeding.
In 2023, it was Sandpiper Pictures.
Sandpiper coming in hot. My one that I prize myself on buying at the not the heyday, but like in the heyday of Twilight Time was Rapid Fire because I'm a big Brandon Lee fan, and I had the VHS of Rapid Fire.
Nice.
And now people are like, Rapid Fire, man, it costs like $500. I'm like, that's right. I also bought it. Part of the Hamilton book sale was the Quiller Memorandum. And if you ever want to see, I'll send you the link to that as well. If you watch the original trailer for the Quiller, the voiceover guy says the name Quiller at least 50 times. Like, Quiller knows. Quiller.
It doesn't even feel like a real word before that.
Quiller knows. And he says it in such a Quiller knows. He says it in such a British, posh British, like movie phone guy voice. It's so funny.
I have 2 more left, so I should probably share my number 9.
You share your number 9, yes.
So my number 9 is very specific. June 2nd, 2020. June 2nd, 2020.
Me sitting on a bench in an empty street crying. June 2nd, you said?
June 2nd.
Well, it's not Banana Man dying. Is this a funny one or is this a significant one?
No, this is, in my opinion, this is quite a significant one. I think a lot of people will downplay this.
Because it's not the Dark Force rant, is it?
No, this is not a Dark Force showing up and selling autographed diapers from Banana Man.
Okay. I'm going to go with Criterion's first 4K.
That is a good guess, but I believe that was a November release or December.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't even buy Citizen Kane on 4K.
You didn't want to unwrap it every time you wanted to watch it?
Hell no, I man. Middle of a who watches his first Argento film, maybe becomes a self-proclaimed expert on the
Oh, that's really funny.
I love my Argento.
No, this is it is similar to your
Tenebrae. He does love Tenebrae.
Similar to what you're saying about the Criterion 4K, but this is actually the Severin release of the Al Adamson box set. And I am bringing this up primarily because I think this was the first box set from Severin that, first off, was all-encompassing from a director as mostly as they could do. Mm-hmm. That they are now, in my opinion, the pinnacle of box sets. Every time Severin does one of their...
Get that next one on here.
Every time they do something that is not just like the House of Psychotic Women, which is a great set, mm-hmm. But when they're doing the Andy Milligan box set, the Ray Dennis Decker box set, the Faux Core box sets, these are
Manuel.
Yes, these are film school in a box, all-encompassing, exhaustive releases that, yes, Criterion has done some of these before in the past in similar ways, primarily DVD. They've obviously done some on Blu-ray, but obviously, if you pay attention to their Blu-ray box sets, they've blundered most of their Blu-ray box sets, like the big ones. The Wong Kar-wai set had like 5 replacement discs. The Godzilla set, most people hate. The Agnes Varda set is like really compressed beyond belief.
And what's his name? Fellini's it's like a very select few titles.
So I think Severin kind of stepped up to the plate and showed what a box set could be. And ever since then, they've done like 6 or 7 of these that are, they leveled up the home video, like how to do this properly. And it's not...
might top them soon, though.
Who's going to top them?
Curzon.
Well, and they got to do a lot to get the quality.
Aren't they the ones putting out the Haneke?
They're doing the second version. Umbrella did the first one.
They're the ones that are like, hey, oh yeah, that's right. Okay, so Umbrella, I think that Haneke set might be the quintessential director box.
Yes, but Curzon has done all kinds of those. They don't like 5 of them, but every single one has pretty bad problems. They don't do really high quality stuff. Severin is the pinnacle here for box sets, especially when it's like a director and it's every single film that's ever been released, and they are doing what they can to bring light to somebody that is completely underserved. And I know that this is kind of a silly one to bring up, but because it's an Al Adamson box set that sold out literally on day one and has not been available since then. Mm-hmm. And yes, even this box set had a replacement disc. I get that because the disc was dead when it went out. The hard part here is I don't know any label that has done anything that could even be remotely comparable to anything the Severin sets have pulled off. So yeah, I think that they leveled up the game with this one, and they kind of set the bar to a new height for directors' box sets in a very special way.
I will say, for this a side thing, Wave, they only have the original Funny Games. They don't have the remake with Naomi Watts.
That's just Umbrella. We don't know about Curzon yet.
Oh, okay.
Curzon hasn't announced anything. They have not said
the UK release of the remake.
Yeah.
To your point, I will say, what about the Herschel Gordon Lewis cereal box?
It is a great one, but they really haven't done anything up to that level since then.
Mm-hmm.
In a way,
okay. There, go ahead.
In a way that Severin has continued to outdo themselves. That's all I was going to say.
What about the Bergman box? I mean, that has.
It's great, and I think it's not complete, and it's also it's that one's kind of weird because it's like a festival curation in a way, and I don't know. It doesn't feel like. It's nitpicking. It doesn't feel like an exhaustive deep dive into a director the way that Severin does every time.
Yeah. No, fair point. Not going to argue. All right, that was your number 9?
That was my number 9.
Okay, my number 10, my last one, is going to be December 2023.
December 2023. I feel like now there's so many big things happening. This could be like one of 8 things. I agree, Mozart's Ghost. It's a good box set, but also, isn't it? And I'm not saying quality is based on quantity or anything, but isn't that box set only 3 titles?
Also, what was the one that somebody just came out? Was it William? Was it the Wilder box set? Or no, it was the black and gold box. Who was that?
Black and gold box.
Sony came out with it. It was like
the Frank Capra.
Capra. Thank you. I was like thinking Wilder, but yes, it's the Frank Capra set.
Sony's done great work as a studio. That's a completely different thing. I mean, we could have made this whole thing about the Columbia Classic sets, what they've done. All right. December 2023, we seem to have nothing.
On boxes. Slice that thing in half. Just.
What do you got for us?
You want it long, fine, but you should also be able to fold it and get. There you go.
And yeah, I mean, the way they built it, you kind of make it longer instead of in half.
Let me snap a magnet.
December 2023.
Yes.
What do you got for us?
Well, pour one out. Best Buy stopped selling physical media, being the first brick and mortar store still in business to do so. So this was the beginning of the end. They were the first, and then everything followed there. And that was a big, I really did look, Black Friday, Thanksgiving, Black Friday, my new love is being here with you all and doing my Vinegar Syndrome. It's great to go on to see what MVD is selling and all those things. But there was something about that energy in the air, and people actually were still at a Best Buy and just like pulling out things and looking for the slipcover, looking for the best slipcover, and people were really all doing it with me. It wasn't just a freaking Tuesday where it's like,
frenzy.
Hey, look, the weirdo's back, and he's like holding 5 copies, and he's trying to figure out which one looks best. Like, it was everyone. It was couples. Well, mostly a guy, and his girlfriend was like being dragged along. And he's like, "Look, honey, we can also get the Sex and the City 2 movie. There you go. See. And then there's like the kids, and then it's like everyone was in it. And it was like, and you really were like, you had your basket, and you just kept, filling it with stuff. And it was like the first time I can remember before online sales. It was like there was a time in the year that you could get 20 movies. And I would take great pride that each year my receipt got longer and longer and longer and showed how much money I had saved. And it was always like, I got to start learning. I'm like, all right, well, it seems like Warner Brothers is really the ones who are like, we need to get this shit out the door because we need to make stuff. And Universal. And you could figure out which ones. And then Disney was like, our stuff's still great. Maybe take $2 off.
Yeah.
But it was like, you could rely on it and be like, I'm not going to buy that now. That is definitely a Black Friday title. That John Wick was a staple of like, we cannot get this shit out the door. Which
for many years.
Like the Planet of the Apes Blu-ray, that stupid Mark Wahlberg movie is out of print now. And it's like really, for a while, it was like hard to get. That thing that was like no one wanted to buy it.
Right. I kind of really like that you picked this because it's going to juxtapose against mine really perfectly.
Yeah.
So mine is kind of cheating, but it's 2 dates encompassing.
I already did a 3-date one.
It's encompassing something very specific, the same for both. So mine is November 24th, 2023, and then a much more recent one, and which I think is the most recent one that we've covered at all, November 29th, 2024. So 2 Novembers, November 24th, 2023, November 29th, 2024.
Vinegar Syndrome jacks their price up for subscriptions. That's really recent.
It is.
That's really. I mean, I'm assuming it's related to Black. It sounds like a Black Friday announcement thing that was like. I mean, again, it's a boutique label. At this point in our history, it's a boutique label. It's not a studio thing.
No,
okay.
Not necessarily.
Is this like it's not the ending of 2 dates, 2 specific dates? Whatever.
2 specific dates.
Are they both related to the same thing, or are they just somehow correlated to the same thing? Like
they are related to the same thing in a very unique way. But the biggest hint is that I said it was going to juxtapose against yours, which was Best Buy stopped selling physical media.
Okay. Sure. Is this? It's like the start of a new label.
So the first one, November 24th, 2023, is when across the entire U.S., Oppenheimer is officially sold out 50,000 copies in the first week. And November 29th, 2024, Terry nailed it. The Keep 4K from Vinegar Syndrome sells out 15,000 copies plus in just 33 hours.
How did I not get that, seeing as how I fucking was like on Reddit, like counting down with you? I was like refreshing the page.
So this is a big deal because it strikes a lot of hope in 2 different ways. The Oppenheimer thing I want to point out specifically because 50,000 4K UHD copies across the country sold out in less than 1 week. This was the Friday of that first week, which means it was day 4 of this title being on sale. 50,000 copies across the U.S. sold in 4 days on top of like the pre-order time, obviously.
Nolan Bros will save us all.
Nolan Bros, and on top of that, like the event film of the summer that everybody wanted to watch in the best quality possible on home video. That's a big deal. And then The Keep, a very well-known filmmaker getting a boutique release of something in the highest quality that had finally been released on physical media in a quality in HD in a way that people were not really expecting to happen, sold out more than 15,000 copies in literally 33 hours. It is not an incredibly, we'll say, promising future for physical media when Best Buy is not a part of things and Target is no longer really a part of things.
But I heard they're coming back.
The rumor is Best Buy might be looking to come back, specifically online. That's not guaranteed yet. There's just some rumblings. But all of that leading to there is still hope when we can sell out 50,000 copies of a movie on one format in 4 days. When Vinegar Syndrome can sell 15,000 copies of a movie in 33 hours, there is still hope for some things. And it is important to realize that, you know, we mentioned certain things like Acre Bay and referring to slipcovers and all this as collecting. But we all love films, and that's what's at the heart of these. And really, Oppenheimer and The Keep, I want to point out specifically, are two auteur filmmakers that people are diehard fans of. And when you put out good releases of good filmmakers' work, a lot of people are still going to flock to them. And it is an important time when we can talk about in 2023 and 2024, films selling so well that they make national headlines. The Keep selling out made a huge wave across the country. Oppenheimer not being able to be found in 4K made a huge wave. They had to announce
on that. The Keep was being reported on.
Yes, because
outside of our community, though.
Yes, it was.
Oh, I did not see that. That I did not see.
Because it was like the long lost film from Michael Mann is available, and people updating to say it's no longer available because it was sold out for a while.
Right.
VS had to come out and say, well, we restocked it and we're reprinting it already.
I did not see, because I was going to respond to your thing with, well, I'll let you finish.
I mean, there's not much else to say. It's just, I really wanted to end this on a positive note. Mm-hmm. And I know that every other week, and I've even been quoted in one of these online articles of like, is physical media dead or dying? And in a flood, what would you save? That sort of conversation, whatever. That is always going to be a narrative when a lot of this is against you, because capitalism, which is hilarious because this is all about buying things, but capitalism states that streaming should be the way to go because it's an infinite money glitch for these rich people. A lot of these things, we truly just love the films. And it is an amazing situation when you can see a win like this for anybody. And I am so happy that things like Oppenheimer, even though it wasn't my favorite movie of that year, it can make people rabid for proper home video releases in the highest quality. I'll go right ahead. I'll let you speak on it.
I was going to say, it's how you stop worrying and learn to love the bomb.
It's true.
It's interesting you said it, because I did not see that report on the Keep. And because initially I was going to say, I feel like that's more of an impact to our community than it is to at large than the way that Oppenheimer did, because yes, I think more people came to Vinegar Syndrome to buy that than would have normally been there. They was like outsiders going like, oh, I've been wanting the Keep and this is where I have to go to get it.
Right.
And then maybe discovering Vinegar Syndrome from there, just like Rad was like, oh, I got to come here to get this.
We also should point out, and I don't, I know that it's been a rough couple of years for Vinegar Syndrome for some people, but I really want to point out that November of 2024 for Vinegar Syndrome is a special thing. Like to put out that and Looking for Mr. Goodbar and
that whole slate, that whole was like one of the first times I was like close to like, I'll take it all.
Yeah, it was a miracle.
And again, they're claiming this is going to be the year of years. Like,
yeah,
like this is even better. But I think with Oppenheimer, you have a perfect storm of, not only is it one of the biggest films of the year, Best Picture winner, but you have Christopher Nolan, who is a big proponent of physical media.
Yep.
So it's not just like the movie selling well and the director's like, oh, cool, I guess that's neat. He's going out there like, no. You need to, this is the best possible thing, the way to see my movie. And then he went on, I don't know the name of it, I apologize, I would butcher the French name, but there's that YouTube channel where people go to the last big like video store in France, and they go, and he talks about, physical media and how he's like, this is the best coloring and the best this and the best that. And to that point, I will say going forward, now you have Sean Baker, who wins more Oscars than any other individual for the same film, who is going backstage after winning and taking his time with the press junkets to say, oh, physical media. It's even weird to hear someone on this stage of like the Oscars saying physical media. It's like one of us going out there and like, talking about physical. It's like, do people want to listen to us? And it's this person who's obviously in a very big position of power and influence, who's like talking about like, oh, well, these great big box sets. I'm like, it's so weird to hear someone talking about it with that much love and fervor. That's not us.
Yep.
So again, like I feel like there's always going to be that person that's going to champion, whether it's Guillermo del Toro or Tarantino to some extent. I think he's more just the theatrical fan of it. But there's always going to be that person, and then, if there's money to be made, there's money to be made. I think you make more money, honestly, with physical media. You're always going to be able to churn out a physical title that people are going to want. And if you put it out, more people are going to want Oppenheimer, The Keep, whatever it is. Whereas streaming, you're only as popular as what you have on your channel.
At that moment.
Exactly. If you're Netflix and you lose The Office, it's a mass exodus.
Yeah.
There's like they're not there because you just put out, whatever, random medical drama is on there. Yep. It's about the thing that everyone's attached to. If Friends leaves, I remember when Max was like, the HBO Max came along, their big thing was, we got Harry Potter, we got the DC, we got all these things, and literally within like a couple months, Harry Potter was gone.
Yep.
Because they had already agreed. I'm like, well, this is the very first
That's the
thing.
point, yeah. And they were more expensive than everyone else at that time, too.
You just pulled that thread out of that dress. They're like, oh, look, we can start to see the seams unraveling. It's not as finite. Like, look right here, people. This is exactly what you're dealing with. So, again, I get the control, but it's not a guarantee of money.
Right.
I know they think like, well, we don't have to make anything. We put it on the server and people just pay for it. But then it's the same thing with like in terms of like viewership. It's like, well, our algorithm tells you such and such and such and such. Like no, people are having sex during that.
Right.
Like Family Guy is like, yeah, people want to put it on the background. Or someone fell asleep. I'm not going to get too much into detail. People love. It's not a roach. Come on, man. People love watching Family Guy while having sex.
Not to talk about this after roaches and Family Guy sex, but want to highlight Adam's comment here who says, I wish the boutique studios would give attractive licensing to small cinemas. That way we can watch something much cheaper like Good Bar without spending $40 or whatever. I will say, many of them do.
Motherfucker. It is a roach. I have ears like a fucking hawk, motherfucker. And he's dead. Okay, got it. Oh, he's on my finger. Go ahead.
Many of them do, Adam. I understand it's probably different for the UK, but there are places in the US like AGFA who controls theatrical distribution for many of the boutique titles. You can, for I believe most of the AGFA stuff, if not all, you can get like a $250 flat fee for any of the AGFA titles to watch theatrically. And I know $250 sounds like a lot, but when you're hoping that at least 30 people come to a small cinema to see something, you're making that money back, and then concessions and all that. It can be a part of it. It is something where you can make the money back. So it is something that the boutiques are trying. I mean, for a while, Deaf Crocodile had one of the best deals in theatrical distribution that I've ever seen. So it is a thing. You just got to get the small cinemas to go after some of this stuff too.
Well, the other side of that double-edged sword is that you've got someone like Lionsgate who now creates their own boutique label and is like, I mean, this might be just growing pains, because remember A24 when they first came out were like, no one wants that tall box with no features. And now it's like, oh no, I'll pay for that. I'll subscribe to AAA program.
Yep.
And then but with Lionsgate, it's like, these are site exclusives and it's $35 and it's not what you want.
Canada.
Yeah, so it's kind of like, that might be what we're ending up with. Remember the Disney Movie Club was still a way to get you in there.
Yeah.
So I've yet to see a studio that's like, we get it, we know what you want, we know what you're looking for, and we're going to give you that type of thing, because boutiques, for the most part, are run by the fans. They're people who are like us that just felt compelled, I want to start a label.
Yep. And
they know, like I say, with my eBay thing, it's like, I'm coming from a collector's perspective. I'm not just trying to make money. It's like, I get you. I get what you're looking for. And they know what we're looking for. And studios just don't get it. They're just, it's a mindset. You went to school for business. You didn't go there for filmmaking. If Sean Baker opens up his own physical media label, I will have faith that, it'll happen.
100%.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Man, we covered a lot of major timelines tonight. How'd this go for what you had planned?
I'm sorry, what was it? Did you ask me or are you saying something?
I was asking you, how'd it go for what you were thinking beforehand?
This is exactly, because the thing is, we've talked about this. I'm not a big top 10 fan, because it's like when you talk about top Spielberg, it's like, well, okay, how much longer till we get to Jaws? It just, otherwise you get the hot take. It's like, I gotta say, Amistad's my favorite. It's like, fuck you, I'm out. It's just there's just, unless we're going to talk about some obscure director, and then you isolate everyone going, I've never seen any of this person's films.
Yeah, and I've done that for some time for sure. Like when I did Larry Fessenden a couple months ago, and I got no comments for 2 hours.
And it's like, no, it's not that people don't want to contribute; it's that they can't.
Right.
There's nothing to say. And when you have something like, again, best Nolan films or best, it's like we all know what your tops are going to be.
Right.
I mean, Ridley Scott, maybe because it's such a broad, but you're still going to go Blade Runner. You're still going to say Alien. You're still going to say Gladiator. You're still going to do. So with something like this, is Gregor Samsa? Is that, I don't know what the reference is to, Stan. Gregor, is that something to do with a cockroach? Because it's dead now. I hear them in the corner. I'm like, that's a roach. I hear it crickling. I hear it on. Yep.
Wave says, I love top fives, but this was still very fun. Yeah, I'm glad we did this. I knew that we weren't going to pick all the same.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact that there was some crossover that we both deemed as important, that was inevitable.
Mm-hmm.
Initially,
initially it was going to be me. I wanted to do top 10 like controversial things, and you don't like going negative.
It's not that I don't like going negative. It's that I get a lot more personal enjoyment about things that I like.
Sure, and I think the controversy is not so much a negative, but more like hey, let's talk about it and something like.
Talk about the first Arrow replacement disc.
Well, it's a fun, where it's like you have an opinion, and everyone has like a different perspective on it. You know, I could say more yes. Sorry, no, yes. Like naked lunch. I'm going to turn into a copy. Joe's apartment. But just like saying, like, I could easily say, look, we made a joke, Arrow's replacement discs, but I just listed maybe 10 movies. How many films has Arrow put out? So the argument could be like, look, in the grand scheme of things, most of the movies come out fine.
In 16 years of releases, they've done pretty well.
Exactly. So that was the fun of going with the controversy. But yes, no, the timeline is fun because, again, it gives everyone here a chance to contribute. So yes, you can guess. And two, if you're young enough, you don't remember the other things, eventually you're going to find yourself being like, oh, cool, we're talking about DVDs. Oh, we're talking about Blu-rays. We're talking about 4Ks. Everyone's going to have something. Stan can talk about Betamax.
Yeah, I'm glad everybody had touch points tonight, and to make it in a way where people could guess. I mean, especially the last, I don't know, I guess mine was kind of the last decade. My top five or my more recent five was all in the last 9 years. So for people, in recent memory, it's nice that people could see that. The important thing too here is the first thing we both talked about is that home video started in 1975/1976 for Beta and VHS. Mm-hmm. That was literally 50 years ago. And we're still here talking about triumphs happening that are setting the course for new and innovative ways for these companies to go in. Mm-hmm. That is incredible that we're still holding on all those years later. People talking about physical media being dead has happened since the early 90s or earlier, probably. Mm-hmm. But I know of it happening since the early 90s. It's not going anywhere anytime soon. Sure, it might be more and more niche, but
it evolves.
You're not crazy for liking to hold things in your hand and to, I don't even know if this is a word, but to ritualize the event of approaching a film in a thoughtful, a very on purposeful way of approaching a film, to sit with it and to breathe with it and to let it be your evening and not just scroll for 40 minutes before choosing the same episode of The Office you've seen 38 times. This is something that so many of us joining together every Thursday night love these films, and that's what makes us happy, is to find that one diamond in a rough blind buy every year that you go, God damn, I'm going to be singing the praises of this till the day I die.
Well, yeah, you look at something like as far back as 50 years ago. Well, first off, look at the first movie. It's The Young Teacher. It's not Gone with the Wind. It's not Casablanca. It's The Young Teacher, which nowadays would be a boutique title. So really, the first release was a boutique title, was a random deep cut title. And again, everything evolves. When it came out, you couldn't rent it. It was for sale, and then the rental video store became a thing. And then it became Again, going to Suncoast, you started getting letterboxed. You started getting this. There's always a change to what it was. Tapes were $150. Now now you can go into Walmart and buy a $20 tape. And so when we talk about being dead, it's like, yes, streaming is the thing now. But back in the day, HBO played the movie every Friday, the Friday night movie, and you went to the movies and everything like that. Everything has its ebbs and flows. So, whatever we are now in 10 years' time, who knows where we're going to be? Maybe we will all be in our homes with an entertainment system that rivals the theaters, truly rivals the theaters, and that'll be that. And then that's how we'll do it. But it will still be it. It will still be what we have loved, just in a different form. Like you said about Anchor Bay.
Yeah.
When Anchor Bay came out, that was one of a kind, and then there was everything else was studio releases. And now everything we basically buy now that we put our money into is an Anchor Bay. It is a boutique. Everything is the fancy version. It's not just, I could go and buy the Twilight Time edition of this. It's probably now $10, but I want the big chunky box, So The fact is, yes, the thing we used to know is dead. It's dead. That version is the metamorphosis, if you will, not of a roach, but of a lovely butterfly, if you will. It has risen from its chrysalis, and gone from a Target, Walmart, case to this.
Yeah.
And who knows, in 10 years' time, it might be
only Lionsgate Limited.
It might be this is one movie.
Right.
Which is actually kind of like what Umbrella does sometimes. But
I was about to say that, yeah.
One movie where it's oh my God, I can only afford one movie this year. And it's this one. This is the one I'm going to buy.
I'm still waiting for somebody to release a Takashi Miike complete director set, and it's just a shelf that they send to you. A full media tower full of Blu-ray cases.
Someone delivers it. They roll it in. It's
one pallet.
You have to wait for it to be prepped. Look. Remember what was the set that came in through? Was it Umbrella? Who put what was the crime box set that was a school? Do you remember that? You did the announcement.
Oh yeah, the 64 or 60 whatever. Yeah,
it's free shipping. Don't worry. Oh, and you cannot add anything to this order.
Yeah,
that was a rule. You could not add anything to the order. This was its own order.
Boxes. Or just a flash drive. Yeah, that is honestly a possibility for physical media someday.
But that's the thing. The flash drive, I feel now, is, while it is physical, you're leaning now towards that digital. This is about celebration. It's not just about owner. It's about celebrating.
Yeah.
Let's give praise to this. I mean, same thing with slipcovers. We are praising the thing that we covet. Anyway, you can read the issue. Go buy the issue.
All right. Follow Sib on Instagram. Link is in the description below. Anything else you want to shout out or?
What did I say it was? Dan Sib 63? D Sib 60? What the hell's my damn name? They gave it to me. Dan Sib 63 on eBay. If you want to check it out, I'm going to be adding shit for forever because it's my childhood toy collection, as well as movies, as well as books and everything, posters, just everything. Yeah. And so, thank you, Stan. So, the name might change, but if you want to join it now and just see what is there, I'm going to send it in good condition.
Everybody watching that's part of the Patreon, let's talk about some of these alternate dates in the Discord, other major milestones. I'd love to know what other people are thinking. Share that in there. As far as the Discord, if you are feeling like you want to be a part of conversations like this all the time, join the Patreon, the link in the description below, get in the Discord. We'd love to have you. We're doing a watch along this Sunday, so you can get in there. It is at 9 p.m. Eastern this Sunday. I display the film for everybody in Discord. We hang out afterwards and talk and stay up way too late, and then I go to work the next morning exhausted and like an idiot. Other than that, I think that this was a pretty excellent conversation. I appreciate you all for hanging out.
I had a blast. I've been looking forward to this, and I needed this.
I always do. Next week is the Vinegar Syndrome sale. We're going to be here late as usual. We got Celeste, like I said, and the one and only Mr. Jeremy Long. Everybody will be able to see him next Thursday. We're
gonna be late until 12:01 when everyone apparently just shuts the fuck up and then just starts because they're ordering stuff.
Everybody goes ooh,
and you start talking amongst yourselves, and I'm like,
yep. Well, everybody's spending all their money, and Celeste and Jeremy and I are laughing at the random things they got.
And Jeremy's just like, do I need nunchucks? Oh no, I mean maybe. Where can I put nunchucks? I guess in my kitchen. That'd be nice.
Yes, I got tons of recommendations we'll talk about for VS next week. It's going to be a good time. Lots to discuss. More announcements coming this week. It'll be a crazy one. Thank you all for hanging out tonight.
Thank you, everyone.
Thursday.
Love you.
New interview going up on the channel on Monday. I'm trying to do more of those like I was. We'll see you next week. Bye. Thank you for watching The Disconnected. On the way out, make sure that you are subscribed to the channel, that you've liked the video, and that you've copied the link to be able to share it with someone else that may appreciate this.
If you're looking for more horror outside of the mainstream, look no further than Unsung Horrors, a podcast about underseen horror movies. I'm Lance.
And I'm Erica. Every other week, we'll cover a horror movie with fewer than 1,000 views on Letterboxd. We'll even give you double feature recommendations to pair with the movies we discuss.
From gothic to shot on video, from slashers to comedies, from giallo to J-horror. We'll cover all the subgenres. So join us as we unearth these hidden gems of horror.
Follow us on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook, all at Unsung Horrors, available wherever you listen to podcasts. And part of the Someone's Favorite Productions podcast network.
Thank you for listening. To hear more shows from the Someone's Favorite Productions podcast network, please select the link in the description